scammers, the drug dealers, the robbers, and the crooks.
Well, actually...
Yeah, I'm watching the rise, and I wouldn't say I'm shocked cause I'm hardly surprised. This one's for the ride, this one's for who knew I'd make it, just needed some time. This one's for my wife, could've left 1,000 times just to by my side. This one's for the grind, I knew it would happen, just had the strength in my mind.
It's the Travel OG, and welcome to the Black Manosphere Conclave 5.0!
We got started in 2021 in Atlanta, united in the pursuit of excellence in all things. It's been one hell of a ride.
Can I tell you what's on my mind? Cause I've been thinking about it for quite some time. Hey, can you give me a moment to declare my love? Can I tell you what's on my mind?
We're now focusing more on opportunities for men, in particular passport bros. Guys who go abroad, they want to have a different lifestyle, they want to have a different achievement abroad. Oh yeah, there's without a doubt the narrative has changed for us greatly.
I just finished speaking and having a chance to tell individuals about how to live the American dream outside of America. And I was here to help so many men when it comes to understanding what they need to do in order to relocate.
With the political climate, things that are happening worldwide, guess what? Nobody's coming to save us. So it is indicative that we all bound together, tighten up like a fist, and strike a mighty blow against everything that's fighting to stop us, man.
It's nothing but good, positive people, good, positive energy with one goal in mind, and that is to make money, get the hell out the Matrix, and enjoy your life. You dig? So shout out to all of y'all. Theme music.
Yo, what's going on, y'all? This is your man Marcus A. Brown, and I'm here to tell y'all that I just got done with my first consultation with the brother Andre of Love Crossing Borders. I just wanted to give him his praises. I need y'all to do two things if you haven't already. If you haven't, subscribe to his YouTube channel, Love Crossing Borders. Also, if you are going to Colombia, if you're thinking of going anywhere, traveling internationally, please consider booking a consultation with the OG Andre of Love Crossing Borders. You will not be disappointed. And y'all, get in tune with him if you haven't already. Tell him MAB sent you. Peace.
Where are all the black men? And I'm not talking about the scammers, the drug dealers, the robbers, and the crooks.
Well, actually...
Actually, they're here with Andre and Andres, Love Crossing Borders. Once again, shout out to all you gentlemen and all you ladies that dare to tread this channel. It seems like since the pandemic, a little shift has taken place when it comes to the male and the female dynamic. Many of us kind of predicted this, even Kevin Samuels. We all knew that the men that were raised by single mothers in the 60s, 70s, and in the 80s would someday become adult men. It's one thing to judge them when they were kids, raised by single mothers, such as myself. But a lot of people predicted that once the men, the first generation of men, became adults, will we see the outcome and the problems that would take place because of those men being raised by single mothers. We've already saw the educational stats about how many men drop out of school, whether it be college or high school, how many men are incarcerated by being raised by single mothers. Those that are part of DV, domestic violence, by way of single motherhood. But nobody talks about the simps and how, since these men were the first generation of men who are now in their late 30s, 40s, and early 50s, and they were the first group that were raised in masses by single mothers, is starting to showcase itself in the area of how these men are unstable when it comes to marriages, how these men are unstable when it comes to their careers, how they are unstable in their lifestyles, and also how they see other men. Yes, because many of these men were not raised around men, well, it's a little difficult for them to actually see and understand how the world works and how relationships work through the eyes of fathers, uncles, and husbands, because they were raised by single mothers. This is how you end up with the Derrick Jacksons. This is how you end up with the other panderers for profit out there. Whether we want to admit it or not, many of us have overcome the rose-colored glasses of protecting all women at all costs because we were raised by single mothers. But there is still a pool of men out there, a huge pool, especially in the United States, that believe protect all women at all costs, no matter how reckless and ratchet their behavior is. And why is that? Because many of these men were raised by single mothers. We're going to see a panel of these men in their late 30s, 40s, and even early 50s, of the first generation of men that were raised by single mothers. And you're going to take notice of certain behaviors, certain statements that are made, even certain denials and areas of lack of accountability for women, due to the fact that these men just cannot see life through the lenses of fathers and or husbands. Now, this is not going to be one of those episodes where we're actually going to be coming after the ladies, and because it's not the ladies' fault. This is where we say that men, yes, adult Black men in masses, are not taking accountability for their behavior, but they're willing to take accountability for the behavior of the women. That's what this whole episode is about, guys. Get your big bowl of popcorn out, because you're going to see a whole panel of Black men do nothing, and I mean nothing, other than blame themselves and blame you for the behavior, for the ratchetness, for the instability, for the childishness, for the attitudes, and the lack of emotional and behavior discipline of the Black woman. And they'll say about us, who dare to expose the truth about Black women, how dare you, and shame on you. So shout out to all you guys that are here right now in regards to this particular episode. For those that aren't here tonight, I don't blame you. I'll say this again. I don't blame you if you're not here in Love Crossing Borders tonight, because there are a lot of men that want to hear this, that men would rather not take accountability for themselves, but would rather take accountability for the behavior of the Black woman. Shout out to Dr. Umar and all you guys that are here tonight. Shout out to all you guys that are here tonight. Oh yeah, we're gonna have some fun. We're gonna have some fun. Shout out to all you guys that are dropping super chats already. Shout out to all you guys. Appreciate you, gentlemen. My brother Zeke says this. Shout out to Zeke being in the building. Zeke says, he says, greetings, Andre and Andrea. Love Crossing Borders. He said, Andre, I sent you a few emails. The Patreon gang. Now, you sent them in the Patreon, or did you send me direct emails? Let me know, Zeke, so I can make sure I look for them. And let me know if you sent one either today or tomorrow. I mean, today or yesterday, so I can look for it today. I really wasn't going through my emails today. I was too busy doing, catching up on my classes and Theo's class. So blame it on my head, not my heart, in regards to that. But let me know when you sent the latest email out so I can go check for it. Shout out to Black Nubian in the building. Them Canadian brothers are at it again like they always are.
I told this guy where I was from. He said, oh, Canada.
Shout out to you being here, brother. Glad to see you here. And my brother David Dice, numero uno. He's in the building. Glad to see that you're here. He said, Dre, I'm literally had a conversation with my dad today. He basically told me that I was around him growing up more so than being around with his mom. See, I told him that's why I don't grow up. I don't grow up emotionally or I didn't grow up emotional and weak. A lot of dudes grow up emotional and weak because we were around our mothers and our older sisters and our single aunties so long. We were surrounded by women. Think about it. Many of us were surrounded by our female school teachers. Our principal of our school many times was a female. The guidance counselors were females. You went to college, the financial aid department were females. Many of the tutors were females. Shout out to the ladies, but this did not help a lot of us men in our development. I want to say this again. Thank you, ladies, for all that you've done in our lives, from our mothers to our grandmothers to our aunts and so forth. You've done an excellent job in our lives, but in many areas of our lives, you altered, you interrupted, and we had to develop these areas at an older age because you didn't know how to be a father. You know how to be a mother. And I'll say this again, for all the women that are saying, I am the mother and the father, impossible. It is impossible for you to develop a son as a father. You know nothing about maleness, nothing about manhood, nothing about the development of manhood throughout the centuries. So any of you guys that sit back and say to yourself, I'm saying this to the men, any of you guys that foolishly, and I'll say this, foolishly say that your mother was your mother and your father, you're a fool. You're a fool. And that's why you have to develop certain character traits at an older age, like many of us who were raised by single mothers. It's not your fault, not my fault, but certain traits had to be developed at an older age compared to brothers like David who are around positive male figures and fathers and uncles throughout his childhood development. Shout out to all you guys. Shout out to F-Pat being in the building as well with a $10 love. He said, what's happening, Coach Dre and everybody? Glad to see that you're here. This is a great episode, guys. Like I said, you're going to get out the big bowl of popcorn for this one. These guys are talking crazy talk. These guys are talking crazy, man. They literally blame us men for everything that women do. They get arrested in another country, it's our fault. I'll say that again. How is it the black man's fault that black women get arrested in Dubai? Black women get arrested in Thailand. How is it our fault that black women can't find love in Panama and Colombia? How is that our fault? We're talking about totally different countries. These men still believe that it is our fault, just like Dr. Umar blames us for every single step, I understand why women don't take accountability. I mean this. I understand why they don't take accountability because there are so many Dr. Umars out there that are willing to take on the responsibility of accountability. So many Derek Jacksons out there. So many of those guys that are on the show, tonight's conversation, they go from city to city to city co-signing whatever women want. I kid you not. I don't blame, ladies, your brother Andre, I'm here to tell you, your brother Andre does not blame you for not taking accountability if there's somebody else stupid enough to do it. If there's somebody out there stupid enough to take accountability on your behalf when you didn't ask them to, you know how you ladies like to do? A guy buys you something, he buys you something else, And then when the relationship break up, what do you ladies often say? Well, I didn't ask you to pay this, and I didn't ask you to buy that, right? You ladies often say this. Same thing when it comes to accountability. I don't blame you anymore, ladies. Ladies, hear me out. All you ladies that don't want to take responsibility for your mouth, for your mindset, for your behavior, for the negative things that are showcased on social media and mainstream media, for the things that we see when we're walking in the latest stores, when we see you ladies confronting each other in our kids' public schools, I don't blame you anymore. I don't expect women anymore to take accountability. I'm going to say this again. Black ladies, I do not expect you ever to take accountability. Why? Because there are enough simps, there are enough panders, there are enough nice guys out there that are willing to take responsibility for you. They're willing to sit back and fall on the sword instead of allowing you women to take responsibility for your actions like we should take responsibility for ours. Now, I'm not saying most of us men will. Most of us men, we expect you to take responsibility and accountability for your actions, just like you expected of us. But ladies, I'm done. You've heard it here first. Andre Spence may do a reaction video about you not taking responsibility or accountability, but in real life, when these cameras go off, I don't expect it ever again. I understand now, ladies. Why should you take accountability? I asked the men in the comment section, why should women have to take accountability and responsibility when there are enough simps that are willing to fall on the sword of accountability on behalf of women? And that's what you guys are going to see on this particular episode tonight. The same news outlet that interviewed Austin Holloman a few years ago are the guys that are interviewing on this particular interview or this particular episode that we're going to be watching. Shout out to Medium Man. Medium Man is the one that kind of like broke the news on this particular men blaming men episode. So it's going to be all about Medium Man, what he has to say about it. Of course, you know I'm going to bring receipts, but we're going to hear what these brothers have to say. They're suited, they're clean, they're well groomed, and most of all, these brothers are misinformed. And that's why I started this episode with this being, remember who we're going to be listening to tonight. I want to say that again. This is very important because I want to mention this a couple times tonight. Remember who you're listening to tonight. These men are around my age. I come from the first generation of mass baby mamas in the United States among the Black community. I want to say this again. I was born in 1967. Prior to that, most Black kids were born in a household of mom and dad. Generation X is the first generation to be born and raised in masses in the Black community. Not just latchkey kids, that was everybody. I'm talking about baby mamas in masses. We were the first generation. And now we're adults. And now you're seeing the residue of what we picked up from being raised by single mothers. It is so hard for us to say, my mama was wrong. My mama's activity weren't up to par. I see women today behave in such a way that my mama did. They will rather fall on a sword and die themselves than to let the reputation of the Black woman die off. Just as we had to take responsibility and grow as men, these men do not want Black women to take responsibility. And that's why I'm laying this foundation once again. These are the first generation of Black men that were raised in masses by single mothers. Shout out to you guys. Let's get back to the super chats. And I'll get to the cash apps in a second. Shout out to you guys. Zeke says this with the $5 love. Shout out to Zeke. He said, I sent them direct email this morning and after. Okay, cool. I didn't check my emails today. Today was just a day where I was just focusing on classwork. So I'll check on them today. Thanks, brother. He said, I hope the second email helps your cloud practitioner. I'll definitely be checking you out. Yeah, I didn't check. Today was one of those days it was like after the test, I just wanted to sit back, just relax. I say, you know what? Been a couple days, deep breath, Andre. Okay, now I'll get back to work. So yeah, I really wasn't on my WhatsApp today. I know I got a call from Kings and Dreams. Shout out to Jay. I got a call from him. I didn't get a chance to answer that call. Shout out to you, brother. So I'll be checking that out. Okay, Zeke. Thank you very much, brother. Vault Farty's in the building. Shout out to all you guys that are watching from Andre's channel as well. Let me drop that link also. It's going to be the same live stream, but it's going to be from Andre's channel. If you guys want to support, you can just watch it from over there as well. Farty says this. He said, black men who blame other black men for the problems of black women are simply saying it for grift. Yes, and that's why I put the title on it, Pandering for Profit. These dudes, whether it be economic profit, whether it be sexual profit, whether it be making themselves feel good about what they just said, you know, the black love, you know, the woke black Africanists, those Dr. Umar-ish type brothers, the FBA brothers, the ADOS, descendants of slaves, those brothers. All those brothers sit back and they do one thing. Every one of them. Harper women's development. They slow it down. Where women would have developed in one area or another area, too many men have slowed down the mental, the spiritual, the relationship development of many black women due to the fact we've always been willing to compromise the truth. We have. And why is that? Well, if you backtrack it back to past 1967, in which I was born, Black Generation X males, many of us, not all, but many of us were raised without our dads. And now you see the results of it. Now that we're 50, now that we're 45. See, people are too busy looking at the younger generation and not realizing how stupid my generation is because of being raised by black mothers. We were the ones that were part of the mass incarceration of the 90s, Generation X. That was us locked up in 1989, 1985, 1995. That was us. Not being around dads was one of the reasons. And I often say this, and this hurts a lot of feelings when I say this. I want to come back to your comment, brother. You cannot pick up traits mostly from the absentee parent. I want to change this music real quick because this is very important what I'm saying. I don't care what society tries, the black society, not real society, the black society tries to convince us as men, well, they're fatherless homes. That's what caused the problem. No, the problem was that they were mother-filled homes. I'm gonna say this again. The problem in the black community has never been, it will never be fatherless homes. The problem in the black community has always been mother-filled homes. See, what should have happened were father-filled and or mother-filled or together in that child's life. Whether it was just like David said, I was with my dad most of the time. Sometimes I was with my mom, but he had both aspects in his life. That's how it's supposed to be. Whether they were married or divorced, or whether they were a boyfriend, girlfriend, but both of them were co-parenting. Let's put it like this: it was never meant to be just mom. Most of the demonstrative traits that we picked up and that we see today on social media, we picked them up by being in a mother-filled household, not a fatherless household. Society will tell you, well, men can take it if we blame men. You know, men can take it. Let's blame men. Well, the truth is, I picked up most of my traits, and many of you picked up many of your traits from your mama. Your dad wasn't around to teach you how to talk loud and disrespectful. Your mama taught you that. Your dad wasn't around to teach you as a man to not listen to other men. Your mama taught you that. Your dad didn't show you how to be a player. Your mama was in the house where she had boyfriend. She taught you that relationships don't need to be stable. Hey, you can go out there and just have your fun. A lot of us do not want to admit you learned much of your traits, how to disagree, how to be unaccountable, how to blame the world. It's the white man's fault. I didn't learn none of that from my missing dad. My dad died when I was 1 year old. I didn't learn none of that from my missing dad. Guess who I picked up all those traits from? And you picked up all those traits from, because I see it in you. I go to the same barbershops that you went to. Guess what I saw in you? When I saw you in kindergarten, when I saw you in elementary school, junior high school, and college, guess what I saw? The same traits I saw in me. And guess where they came from? Your single mama and my single mama. There was no masculinity in the household to teach you otherwise. I had to learn most of my masculinity outside of my home. Some of it was positive, some of it was negative. But at the end of the day, I used the years that went by to hold on to the ones that worked well for me in a positive way and let go of the negative male traits. But I had to pick them up outside the household, and you did too. All you guys that sit back and say, if it wasn't for my mama, bullshit. Stop it. You did not pick up your masculinity from your mama. The most masculine woman on the planet are LGBTQ women. Can we say that, right? They ain't masculine enough to make you a man. The most masculine women in the United States, in the West, let's just talk about the West, UK, Canada, Australia, are LGBTQ/butchy/dyke women. Can we say that? Nobody's more masculine than them chicks. They can't make you a man. The most masculine women can't make you a man. It takes the presence of manhood, whether it be your male friends, whether it be your uncles, whether it be your male cousins, whether it be mentors, whether it be a football coach, whether it be a basketball coach, a school teacher, a book that you read that was male-centered, the Bible, the Quran, all the holy books that's centered around what manhood is about. It takes those developments. But if you think you made your manhood and you became the greatness of manhood in your mama house with no father, Negro, you lying. This show ain't even started yet and you lying. So let's get that one out the way. This episode, we're going to watch men from my generation, the first generation of men with mass baby mamas raising us. Anytime you see a young man get incarcerated and they say, well, it's because of fatherlessness, he picked up those traits that got him in trouble from his mama. When you see a young man circled by police officers, guns drawn, young black man, and he's still running off at the mouth and can't nobody tell him nothing, did he pick, is that a masculine trait or a feminine trait? No matter what's going on around you, still loud and can't nobody tell you nothing. Is that a masculine trait or a feminine trait? That's a feminine trait. Doesn't matter how many police officers surround him, no matter how many guns out there, he's still running off at the mouth, ain't he? He's still saying life ain't fair. You can't do this to me, right? He's still saying that, right? I'm black. It's racism. He's still saying that, right? Are those masculine traits or feminine traits when he does that? 100% feminine traits. Can't tell him anything. Doesn't see the severity of the situation. Doesn't understand what's going on. Those are all feminine traits. don't want to accept his demise that's about to take place. Those are all feminine traits. Every single one of them. We'll go out there, with the picket signs, and we'll protest police and all that. A lot of us got our heads blown off from imitating our mama, and we don't want to admit that, do we? A lot of us have a lot of us are incarcerated today, not from imitating your dad. Your dad wasn't even around to show you what to imitate. You can't imitate something that's not there, can you? Can you imitate the invisible man? Oh, so we can only imitate the person that is present. Like I say, you don't pick up your traits from the missing parent. You pick up your traits from the present parent. Now, you may have some of your dad in your DNA, right? I got some of my dad in my DNA. But most of my behavioral traits I picked up in my household under the regime of my single mother. And most of the traits that I had to overcome as an adult male coming from the first generation of mass single mothers, I had to shun and wash off the traits I picked up from my single mother. My single mother told me I was supposed to do this for women, and if you do that for a lady, you're supposed to do this, you're supposed to do that, and it's gonna work out. I did everything that my mother said in regards to relationships, and guess what I ended up with? A damn divorce. But now I'm in a marriage, and I'm following what manhood says that I should do in a marriage, and I'm happy. It's hard, guys. I want to say this again. It's hard to admit that our mothers misled us, because she clothed you. She was there for graduation. She was there for your football games. She was there for your basketball games. Hey, she was there when your child was born. She makes a great grandmother. It's hard to admit the character traits that you picked up from your mom are dangerous to society. An emotional man is dangerous to society. An emotional woman is expected in society. A man that doesn't focus on going after financial stability, and many of us men go through ups and downs, so I'm not saying that you have to be stable at all times. It's easy for you to sit back and we watch these generation of men be lazy with women, and the women are out there making money and the dudes are playing PlayStation and Xbox, right? Where'd they get that from? They mother. Mom said that the other person should provide. So you learned when you went out into the world, you got lazy and you let the other person provide. Well, that works for women. That works for women because women are expected to look for a provider. But when men get out here in the world and we're lazy and we sit up under a woman and expect her to provide, it doesn't work, doesn't translate correctly, does it? It's the exact same thing. A lot of you guys, it hurts you, it hurt me. You think it doesn't hurt me to admit that much of the behavior patterns that I saw in my mom and I picked up in from my mom doesn't translate to the world through a male? For my sister, my mom's behavior translates perfectly. Why? She's a female. It translates great. For me and my brother, it doesn't translate well. If I were to carry myself in the way that of the behavior patterns of a woman that works well for a woman, I would be a gossipy dude. I would backbite you dudes. I would be a rude dude, disrespectful. I wouldn't take accountability for anything that I did on social media or off social media. I would treat everybody as expendable because they can be replaced. I would really treat my wife as expendable. Why? Because women always got somebody else waiting in the cell phone. So I would treat women like I got somebody waiting in the cell phone, right? If I carried marriage or any type of relationship, whether it be a friendship, whether it be a business deal, as a man with feminine traits that I picked up from my mama, I'd make a horrible businessman. I would be competitive with my business partners because women will smile in each other's face and they will compete, right? So if I did that to my business partners, guess what? I smile in their face and I compete, because that's what women do to each other. But a lot of us men don't want to admit that. A lot of us men do not want to admit that a lot of the traits that you picked up from your dear mom does not translate in the form of a male. And I had to learn that. And I had to overcome that. And I'm still overcoming some of that stuff. And I'll be 60 years old in 2 years. You know how many times I've been stopped by police officers in the States, and I had to learn as a male to wait to hear what the officer was saying, analyze the situation. Was he being rude, or was he just saying, hey, I'm just checking your license plate. Can I get your registration, your driver's license, and I'll let you go? I know guys and women that don't even hear what the officer just said. Can I get your registration, insurance, driver's license? I'll run everything. If it pans out, I'll let you go. But what do many men do? I don't see how you stop me anyway, motherfucker. And you respond like your single mother would have. Like she responded to her boyfriends. Hyper emotional, no type of common sense. Now you locked up because you got in an argument with this police officer who told you, I'm just doing a check, dude. I'm just doing my job. If you good, you ain't got no backed up lights. No, I ain't talking about nothing. Your back of your lights are messed up. Your license plates seem to be good. I'm just doing my job. I'm just doing a random stop. If your license and registration and your insurance is on par, I said I'm gonna let you go. No, the white man, and then some more the white man. Who taught you that? Who taught you how to be emotional with the white man instead of being strategic when it comes to, okay, since the white man is doing this, then I'm gonna do that and I'll overcome, right? Did your mama teach you that? Let's come on, fellas. All you do is those raised by single mothers. Did your mother teach you when it came to the systematic racism that takes place in many countries? Did she tell you how to be strategically successful through it, to maneuver through these thorns and thistles of racism? Or did your mother teach you how to be emotional, irrational, and don't ever take accountability when it comes to the white man? My mama taught me how to be emotional, irrational, and irresponsible and blame everything on the white man. And so did a lot of y'all mamas. A lot of y'all mamas did the same thing. My mama did not teach me, okay, this is how you do this. If you want, hey, there's a system out there that's against you. So you, as a black male, you need to do this, then get this, work with this team over here. You need to join that club over there. You need to network over here. You need to learn this sport and that sport because that's where they go to network together. My mama ain't teaching me none of that. I'm learning all that now in my 50s. Why? Because I learned, like many of you men learned, how to respond to systematic racism my mother's way, in my auntie's way, in my grandmother's way, with emotions. And emotions don't work well as a respond mechanism in the male body, especially if you like me, 6'3", 230. A 6'3", 230 dude that's emotional, that doesn't work well in the body of a man. We're going to hear these men tonight. Let me go back to my brother's comment. But we're going to hear these men tonight. You know, normally I do the shout outs early, but this is a very important statement that I want to make. Shout out to Farty once again. He said, black men who blame other black men for the problems of black women are simply saying it for a grift or a hustle or a scam to get some coochie, to get some money, whatever it is. Where there's a market for BS, someone will fill it. You have never lied. You have never lied. Shout out to shout out to Player Mix in the building with the $10 love. He say some men are just born busters. That's true. He said, I grew up with 4 older sisters. He said, I'm far from a mark. Me too. Me too. He said, dudes are going to the club and spending tons of money on women that wouldn't ever give them the time of day. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Single mothers taught y'all to go to clubs and spend money like that on women. You do this for a woman. You do that for a woman. There's a lot of great, amazing things that we do for women, but going broke is not one of them. Over splurging is not one of them. I don't care what country you're in. I don't care if you came to Colombia with 5,000 in your pocket. That doesn't mean you need to spend 500 on one chick. What is my money, Dre? Yes, it is. But that still doesn't mean that you have to do that. Our mothers taught us as if we have to do it. That's the part. I'll say it again. That's the part. And for those of us men that grew up and didn't have or assume that we don't have any of the traits of our mother, I'm going to tell you this. You're lying to yourself. If you grew up in a household and you had 2 parents are the example and one parent is missing to be an example, most of the traits that you're going to pick up derive from that present parent. I don't care what you say. You pick up your traits. Now, I'm not talking about you walking around LGBTQ. Now, I think you guys are getting me wrong if you think that I'm talking about that you guys are soft or you grew up to be weak or you grew up to be scary or a sissy or something. I'm not saying anything like that. I know some very, very masculine men that still had to learn to hone or master that masculinity outside of their home. I'll say that again. I know some dudes that are super masculine. Just testosterone just flowing, right? But they still had to master how to harness that masculinity outside the home. Your mama did not teach you how to master your masculinity. Y'all not gonna sit up here and try to tell me you learn how to master that testosterone through your mama. You learn how to master how to pick and choose your battles, how to be a provider, protector, problem solver, and the passionate one in your relationships. You learned all that through your mama. That's what you're trying to tell me? I'm talking about you dudes that just masculinity just flows from your bloodstream. It's all in your DNA. You're just like your daddy was, just ultra masculine. You learn how to harness that through your mama. I know some ultra masculine dudes. They call serial killers. I don't know one serial killer that was a punk to do it. As soft and as gay as Jeffrey Dahmer was, he was not a punk. He was not scared to do what he did. Not one of them. There are dudes that aren't even on serial killer level that are incarcerated. Why? Because they had all that masculinity in them, yes. That testosterone flowing crazy, yes. But they never learned how to harness it. They never learned how to harness that masculinity. You learn how to harness masculinity from being around other males, other men who have already mastered or are already on their way to mastering masculinity. But y'all ain't gonna sit up here and try to convince me that y'all learn how to master masculinity from your mama. You learn how to not put fists through walls through your mama, but you ain't learned how to, your masculinity, you got so much going through you, putting holes in the wall. You learn how to put a hole in your mama wall, yeah, but you master masculinity through your mama. Y'all gonna quit trying to tell me that y'all grandmamas, mamas, aunties, and your older sisters taught y'all how to be masculine under control. The word meek in the Bible, Jesus said Moses was the meekest of men. And if you go back and study Moses' story, Moses was a strong dude, didn't take nothing from nobody. The word meek means power under control. It means I have the power to tear up everything, but I know how to control it. I know how to harness it. You telling me you learn how to harness your masculinity through an ultra emotional creature known as a woman? My mom was all woman, your mom was all woman, and you learn how to harness it through a woman? I beg to differ, gentlemen. I need some scientific proof that a man can learn to harness masculinity, testosterone, the flow of DNA. And all you need is your mama. You don't need nobody else. Now, this episode is not about mamas. This episode is about me coming from the first generation of men that you're going to hear that are part of the first generation of men that were raised by single mothers. That's what you're going to see on this panel today. And hear how they talk. I want you to listen and hear how these men talk. But yeah, there are a lot of busters out there. That's so true. Busters with a capital B. David says this. He said, do other groups of men through what we go through, what we black men go through with simps and pandering in our community? You know what? That's an amazing question. You know what? If they do, it's not in the masses like we go through in the black community. You're gonna find some white boy simps, but you ain't gonna find them in masses like in the black community. You know why? Most white dudes, not all, they were raised in a two-parent household. As quiet and kind of laid back as Asian brothers are, you ain't gonna find too many of them that pander. You know why? Most Asian dudes were raised in a two-parent household. They got a chance to learn to be up under the auspices of or the umbrella of masculinity as well as femininity. Latin community. I don't care how many single mamas that you, hey sexy boo. I don't care how many single mothers are in the Latin community. And what I mean by that in the Latin community means that they're not married. A lot of times they're still in a relationship with the dad. Because you know Latin men love their kids, boy. You ain't gonna Latin dudes will do something to you about their kids. I don't care if they got 9 baby mamas. All 9 of them kids belong to them. So they get a chance to be up under the umbrella of masculinity. And that's why when they grow up, you don't hear such rhetoric from simps trying to pander to them. Or like my brother said, grift Latin women. You don't hit it that often in the 54 countries of Africa. You don't hear that in Morocco. The pandering to women. Ethiopia. I don't know too many dudes that have been to Ethiopia that said that they went there and the Ethiopian men were pandering. The number one panderers on the planet Earth, I hate to admit it, are us black men. Nobody panders like us. Nobody panders to their women the way that we do. Nobody sits back and allow their women to walk in unaccountability like we do. Nobody. I don't care how much Latin women cuss and fuss, they know they better take responsibility and take accountability, especially to them Latin dudes. I don't care what the sisters in Africa got to say, they already know. when these cameras go off, whatever they saying on camera, it don't fly in real life on the continent of Africa. Same thing in the Asian community. You got Asian men divorcing Asian women in record numbers. They are not playing that lack of accountability. But black men in the United States, we are the most pandering dudes there is. And I'm not a panderer. You might not be, but enough are. And that's the problem. I want to say this again. I don't even think most black men are panderers. The sad part is we got enough that do it. Most black men are not simps, but we got enough Russell Wilsons out there to do it. Enough out there. You can warn black men, do not become a stepdad. Do not become a stepdad. Stay away from stepdads. And what do? We will still run. Instead of building our own families, we will run to become stepdads. I mean, we can't wait to become somebody else's responsibility. Us? How many black men you know are the fifth father? Fourth father? She'd have had 2 baby daddies. How many black men you know that's baby daddy number 3? Baby daddy number 6? How many times you hear that happen in the white community? White dude, he baby daddy number 7. You ain't heard that one, have you? Okay, how many in the Asian community? How many in the Asian community simped enough to where they baby daddy number 3? She got 2 baby daddies. But the Asian dude entered into a relationship, fell in love, and became baby daddy number 3. Have you heard that one? Oh, you ain't heard that one? Okay, what about, got to be happening in the Latin community because there's a lot of baby mamas, right? So how many dudes in the Latin community? Because all we DR, we go to Honduras, we go to Mexico, we go to Colombia, Brazil. We always in the Latin community. How many times have y'all seen Latin dudes that are the 3rd, 4th, and 5th baby daddy in the Latin community? We go into all these countries. I'm not just talking about New York and talking about Chicago and Texas and Florida and California. I'm talking about everywhere. So the question I ask you guys, how many times have y'all seen in the Latin community that the dude is the 5th or the 6th baby daddy? Oh, you don't see it like that? So only the African American, you FBAs, ADOSs, if you will, you woke brothers, are the only ones that don't have a problem with being the pander bear. I know some of the toughest dudes. I know dudes that physically can just beat up 5 neighborhoods of dudes by himself. I know dudes that are tough when it comes to business, worth multi-million-dollar opportunities. I know dudes that can lift everything in the gym, and they still the 4th baby daddy. Still a 4th baby daddy. Only in the black community are you expected to simp to the point where it's just the norm for you to become baby daddy number 3, baby daddy number 5. That's how much too many black men are pander bears. Yes, they do. That was a good statement, Dave. He said, do other groups of men go through what we black men go through with simps and pandering in our community? I'm starting to think about it more. I even though I put together that little short statement about it, you kind of opened up my eyes to, yeah, we're the only ones. We're the only ones. Dude, there is no way we're living in Colombia 5, 10, some of you guys 20 years living in Colombia and Brazil. If nobody knows, you will have seen it by now. you would have known that there were a bunch of Brazilian baby daddies that were the fourth and the fifth baby daddy. We would have known that by now. We would have known by now that Colombiana has 3 baby daddies. We would have known that by now. And I'm talking about in masses. Not a few here, a few there. I'm talking about we would have known by me being here almost a decade, T-Mac all his years, Will, J. Clyde, all these guys that have been in Colombia forever. We would have seen it by now if that was a norm in the Latin community. Am I correct? All you guys that grew up in LA, Chicago, New York, Florida, Texas. Come on now. Oklahoma, you would have seen by now if it was the norm in the Latin community to where a Latin dude was the 3rd, 4th, or 5th baby daddy like it is in our community. That's the sad part of how much we simp and how much we pander, how much we don't hold our women accountable, and how much we sit back and we kind of like put our heads in the sand and don't want to admit that a lot of the traits that we picked up to allow this to be a norm in our community, we picked them up from our mamas. It just hurts our little black male hearts to admit that a lot of the traits that we picked up as men, we picked them up from our mama. Because we like to brag, but that's my mama. You know, Andre, I've been hearing you for 7 years on YouTube. But brother, you have crossed the line. You do not know my mother, brother. Just like I know you. Here's the funny part. If I was talking about dads, you wouldn't even be thinking like this. If I said 3 traits about fathers, you would have said, yeah, my dad was kind of like that too, man. I can see where you come from with that, Dre. But because we're talking about these men that you're going to see on this panel that are from my generation, the first generation of men that were raised by single mothers in masses, not all men, but in masses, the first generation, Generation X, you guys look at me like I don't know what the hell I'm talking about because it's your mama. But if I was talking about dads, it's amazing how you would agree with me. Shout out to all 55 of you guys in the building. Salute to all you gentlemen. I didn't get a chance to do a shout out. We're just going to go directly to the video. Once again, shout out to our brother. And I'll hit the Cash App and the PayPals in a second, gentlemen. But I want to get started with the video. I've been rambling for almost an hour. Let's get started. And shout out to our brother Medium Man. First thing I want to get started with tonight is just to remind you guys of the Black Manosphere Conclave that will be taking place in September this year in Las Vegas. Viva Las Vegas. I've gone for the past couple of years. They've been doing it for quite a while since they started in Atlanta. And so make sure that you guys get your tickets. I'm going to be dropping the link. All you got to do is just go here and get your tickets, add it to the cart right here. And any notes that you might have, then you just check out. Bada bing, bada boom. You want to get them while the prices are great. That is a great price. So make sure you guys set up for the Black Manosphere Conclave. Yes, sir. They've got about almost 470 tickets, 467 in all that are available right now at this particular price. All right, now let's get ready to get started with the video. Let me drop the link to the Black Manosphere Conclave. I'm going to be talking about this on a regular basis until the conclave comes. Let me remove this. And let's hear what Medium Man has to say about this particular topic.
Talk about black men, positive or negative, than to listen to a panel of black men talk about black women. Black women are going to be honest. I know that I'm going to hear how they really feel, the good, the bad, the exaggerated, the anecdotal, the delusion.
Now, I'm going to bring this back because I thought I started it from the beginning. He starts off by saying, I would rather listen to a panel of black women than listen to a panel of pandering Black men, because this is the norm when Black men put together a panel. I'll say that again. This is the norm. Whenever you see a Black male panel, and as soon as they start talking about women, Black male panels lie their asses off. I see it on TikTok all the time. TikTok at night. If you want to hear Black men lying to each other, listen to a panel of Black men at night on TikTok. Lying up on lies because they don't want any of the women to feel bad. So they never go on the panel and tell the real truth. And I'm not talking about attacking women. I'm not talking about anything like that. I'm talking about just when it comes to just male discussions, male on male discussions. If they will sit up there and lie, medium man is 100% correct. I would rather listen to female panels, because at least females, whether it be good or bad, whether they be emotional or whether they're lying to themselves, whether they're not taking accountability, they are straightforward. You get what you get when it comes to female panels. But men panels, you can sit up there and see in their face that they can see that they're lying to each other. And that's why I don't do too many male panels. Because why would I get on a panel full of men that don't want to take accountability for what the ladies in our community are doing, if we're going to take accountability for what the men in the community are doing? I'll say this again. Most male panels have no problem when it comes to talking about what men need to do to change the community. But when male panels start talking about what women need to do, here come the lies. Here come the Kentucky Fried Chicken bucket full of lies. And I mean, they're about to bring the best of the best lies that you've ever heard. The craziest thing. I'm bringing it back to the beginning, and we're going to let our brother talk.
I blame everybody for the vilification of Black women except Black women.
Did you hear that?
And it goes back to Black men also with hip hop, calling women B's and H's. So I blame everybody for the vilification of Black women except Black women.
There it is. I would actually rather listen to a panel full of Black women talk about Black men, positive or negative, than to listen to a panel of Black men talk about Black women. Black women are going to be honest. I know that I'm going to hear how they really feel, the good, the bad, the exaggerated, the anecdotal, the delusion, what they believe is true, but is actually false, everything. It is no holds bars when somebody asks Black women about Black men. They will tell you everything. They don't care about feelings, none of that. Whether you agree with it or not, at least Black women's conversation is going to be very transparent to where Black men can understand what we're dealing with, or we can actually get some truths out of it so we can change some things.
This is a purely hypothetical question for the ladies of the panel. If you were a single man and you now had to look for a woman to be your wife/life partner, what type or types of women would you avoid?
One who's argumentative, one who doesn't know how to apologize, one who does not take accountability.
Before we go any further, shout out to Kiki. I like her. This question and statement should have been made and addressed when we were teenagers in the house of our Black mothers. This little segment confirms everything that I just said over the last hour. This is an adult male asking women, which he should have been able to ask the main woman, his mother, Mom, what are the things or the traits that I should look for in a woman, in a mate, that I should look out for? Whenever I see these signs, I should automatically walk away from. This man is not the only man that's asking that question. Why? Because a lot of us were raised by single mothers that didn't address this issue in our lives, and we had to learn it later on in life. Some of us have been in torn up relationships, and you're going, as Kiki talks, I want some of us to take go through the Rolodex of your mind and think about how many of the women that entered into your life that meet the criteria of women that should have never entered into your life. So I'm going to bring that part back. And I want you to think about, because I see as she went through this list, I thought about several women I had led in my life that hit this list. That hits this list of a question that was addressed from a Black man that should have been able to address that question to his mama. That should have been answered for many of us a long time ago. And yet, if you look back at your life from being raised by your single mama, even though you got all this masculinity, I bet you some of y'all got some of y'all women on this list too. So let's bring it back and see if y'all got some of these women on this list. So I'm gonna bring back that brother's statement. Shout out to my brother Medium Man.
Dealing with, or we can actually get some truths out of it, so we can change some things.
This is a purely hypothetical question for the ladies of the panel. If you were a single man and you now had to look for a woman to be your wife/life partner, what type or types of women would you avoid?
One who's argumentative, one who doesn't know how to apologize, one who does not take accountability, one who cannot steward a relationship appropriately, one who does not respect me, one who does not show love to her friends and her family, one who does not know how to be a mother, one who does not know how to build a house as well. You can learn how to cook, you can learn how to clean, you can learn how to put some pictures on your wall, because I need you to make it a home. One who judges me, because when I come to you, I want to know that when I communicate with you, I will not be judged, so I will feel safe. We tell men we want to be safe and we want to be secure. You think they don't want the same thing? That's a
Now, as she was speaking, did you go back in the Rolodex of your mind and you could think about all the women that did not make a house a home, all the women that were judgmental to you about this or that, even though her coochie was good, all the women that were gossipy, all the women that was in your life that were backbiters. In other words, all the women that your mama didn't warn you about. Because a lot of our mamas hold those criterias, and maybe that's why she didn't tell us. Once again, I'm speaking from the first generation of men that were raised by single mothers. First generation, never heard of in U.S. history. First group of men are my age now. The first group of men are my age now.
basic human need. I couldn't imagine being a man coming to a home and a woman's always arguing with me. What?
For the way they act, look, behave. I can remember being a teacher in an inner city school, and I'd have one or two mothers 2 or 3 times a week, sometimes every day, coming in 30 minutes late with their bonnets and their pajamas and their footies, bringing their kid in, stopping my class 30 minutes late every day, and then copping attitude with me when I would say, you need to bring your child on time. We have a situation where in the Black community, unfortunately, there is a lack of father and parental father, strong figures in the home.
Now, these women, these sisters on this panel, this is the only white woman on the panel, former school teacher. Sisters, I might do a episode around this particular panel because these sisters were not trying to hear nothing that white woman was saying. The bonnets, they weren't trying to hear that. Bringing their kids late to class, they weren't trying to hear that. Being disrespectful to the school teacher in front of the other students that were in the class. None of these sisters was trying to hear none of that these white women were saying. My fault, it was more than one white. It was the 2 white women and it was 3 sisters. There's one off camera that you can't see. On this particular, like I said, I might do a particular episode reaction in regards to just this video alone. These white women were saying, like, listen, it's not all Black people, but it's too many Black people that are ratchet and messing it up for all the other black people. And those sisters wasn't trying to hear none of that. And now you're going to have a panel of men that are reacting and responding the exact same way as black women. They ain't trying to hear none of that.
And so you're seeing a lot of behavior because of that outcrop of that. And instead of like blaming whitey or blaming slavery or whatever the things that...
You see how uncomfortable the sisters are? I'm going to bring it back for y'all. I want y'all, as she talks, I want you to look at the black women. It's about the black women body language. As she talks, I want you to look at these sisters. Your black queens, FBA. Come get your queens.
Way they act, look, behave. I can remember being a teacher in an inner city school, and I'd have one or two mothers 2 or 3 times a week, sometimes every day, coming in 30 minutes late with their bonnets and their pajamas and their footies, bringing their kid.
Look at the sisters. When they put the camera back on the sisters, listen to the white woman, but look at the sisters. Truth is just burning through their soul. They can't take the truth like that. They can barely sit still. They look like they're ready to punch her in the face right now.
And stopping my class 30 minutes late every day, and then copping attitude with me when I would say, you need to bring your child on time. We have a situation where in the black community, unfortunately, there is a lack of father and parental father strong figures in the home. And so you're seeing a lot of behavior because of that outcrop of that. And instead of like blaming whitey or blaming slavery or whatever the things that are going to be blamed on this panel, I'm 100% sure, instead of blaming whitey, why not take a look at the behavior that's going on with some members of the black community and have a come to Jesus with them?
But when black men get into these spaces, black men in public conversations often lean toward protection instead of critique. Why is that?
I think, to their point, what they're experiencing are some men saying this. I would question if those men are truly masculine men, or are those damaged men looking for women to take advantage of?
Yeah. These dudes get on these panels and they become pander bears. The topic on this particular panel is 50-50. I question, are those really masculine men? You're not a real man. Anytime you hear, I'm gonna tell y'all something. Certain terms that turns me off when a man speaks. If I hear a man speak about another man as zesty, I ain't trying to hear you. If I hear a man talk about another man as sassy and he's not in the LGBTQ community, bruh, I ain't trying to hear you no more. I ain't listening to nothing else you got to say. If I hear a man use the term real men would, or real men should, or real man would, I ain't listening to nothing. Everything else, you sound like Charlie Brown teacher. Wah, 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 wah. I don't listen to men that use the term partner. The moment you say partner, well, I'm looking for me and my partner. Why? Because those are terms that were birthed and nurtured by women. Men never called men zesty. In the history of Andre Spence, in the words of Cat Williams, in the history of niggerdom, brothers ain't never called each other zesty. We ain't never called each other sassy. In the history of brothers, we have never called our wives or our girlfriends our partner. She's my partner. I don't care how much your boy effed up. his relationship. I got partners that destroy good relationships. Ain't no way in hell I'm gonna say to that brother, well, a real man would have, and a real man would have. The moment I hear y'all imitating women's quotes, women's statements, the conversation is over. I want to hear nothing else. I'll leave the show. If I'm watching you on TikTok and as soon as I hear y'all say partner, I just scroll. Now, when it comes to dudes, you know, back in the day, we used to use that term in the slang like partner. We know Tupac was famous for using that term all the time, partner this, partner that. We understood what he was saying. He was using the slang term. But no, y'all use it because y'all imitating women. Y'all saying real men would. Y'all using the term real because y'all imitating women. Y'all pandering to women. Y'all simping to women. Like my brother said, y'all grifting to women. Y'all hustling to women, whether it be for financial gain, so you can get on panels, or whether y'all just trying to get some coochie and trying to be the nice guy and get out the friend zone. But the moment I hear men say sassy, zesty, partner, real men, the moment I hear y'all, if I hear another male use the term narcissist, man, she was a narcissist, nigga. You do know that scientists, psychiatrists, and psychologists who truly have studied this phenomena for years have already said there's only like 4% of the world that are truly narcissists. If you listen to women and you men who imitate and mimic women like a parrot, you think half the people on the planet was narcissists. Man, I was dating this girl, she was a narcissist. Man, you know what? My stepdaddy, he a narcissist. You know what? My school teacher, the reason why I didn't pass the class, because she's a narcissist. Y'all think Ronald McDonald's is a narcissist? Man, he ain't letting nobody else get to the top of the burger chains. He could have showed Burger King some love. If I hear narcissist one more time from a man's mouth, and you haven't done any research and homework on the mental instability of a person that's truly a narcissist, and you study the percentage of true narcissists on the planet, you would not be using that. You're saying it, men, because you are, once again, we learned to listen to women more than men. Why? You listen to a woman from birth to almost 20 years old, didn't you? Your mama, your older sister, your grandmama, your auntie and them, right? Right? Most of my aunties wasn't married, bro. Let's stop pretending like I'm the only one that had aunties, that I didn't have that many males in the family. Other than us that was born into it. My grandmother died as a single woman. My mama didn't get to a solidified relationship till she was in her 60s, like Kevin Samuel's mom. I'm tired of us men pretending like off camera, on camera, I'm the only one that's being honest about, hey, I was raised surrounded by a bunch of women, yet I'm masculine. Yet I got to, at this stage of life, my testosterone is still strong, but yet and still, I was still raised around a bunch of women that had women issues. And I wasn't raised, I only had one uncle. Then Jeffrey came along, but he was too young to be somebody's uncle. So we had one uncle, Jeffrey brother, one uncle among all these young male boys. All these aunties can't keep a relationship going. Grandma can't keep the relationship going. My mama, one of them aunties, couldn't get a relationship till she was in her 60s. So stop acting like I'm the only dude that was raised around. I'm not saying that you was raised in you LGBTQ. I'm not LGBTQ, but stop pretending like if Andre says that he went through it, well, since I'm not on camera, I can pretend like that didn't happen. Negro, my mama and my aunties and my sisters and them went to the same high school as your mamas and them. And your grandmama. So y'all can keep the lie going. You can pretend that everything that I've been saying over the last hour plus, it just applies to this one man here. It just applies to this one dude right here. And all y'all just getting, grandma came with the milk and cookies every time you came to her house. She had a tray of milk and cookies for you. And you can sit back and say that your mama had 9 degrees. And at the end of the day, she finally married the boyfriend that she was with. And they lived happily ever after with your stepdad. You can say your sisters are all married and every one of your aunties, all 9 of them, they're married. And you got like 5 uncles that raised you. You can go ahead and lie to yourself. And I know a lot of dudes that were raised in that scenario, but as the first generation of men that were raised by majority single mothers, statistics show that 80% of births in the United States for Black people are single mother homes. That started with my generation. So you could pretend and act like your mama came with milk and cookies every time you came home from school. And she ain't never copped the attitude. And she ain't never used a switch, a belt, a paddle, a shoe, a extension cord. You can pretend. Hey, your mama ain't never whooped your ass. Go ahead. But when these lights and these cameras go off, only you know the truth. At least I'm man enough to admit that this went on to kind of at least help us other brothers to say, hey, bro, you ain't the only one that went through that. I was raised in that household too. You ain't the only one that Kevin Samuels was talking about. All Black people need therapy. I was part of that. When he said all. What's my point even talking about these topics? I try to prepare men to be mentally at peace before you use your passport to travel to other countries. That's the whole purpose of my part of Love Crossing Borders. Andrea's part might be different, but my part is to prepare men to be mentally prepared to enjoy the life that's coming down the turnpike for you as you travel to other countries. And I don't want to have men have certain emotional baggage that's still there from the United States that's impacting how you interact with women and others in new countries. So we've got to address certain things before you take your next flight. Because I see a lot of men falter when they get to other countries and they're scratching their head like, wait a minute, how come everything's fell apart in this other new country and the women are nothing like the women back home? But why I keep messing up? Certain things have not been addressed yet. That's why I address these topics. Not to come at us men, but to cleanse us men. So when it's time for us to get on the plane, we good. We good. Passport sis, that's on her. But as for me and my brothers, I want us to get on the planes and enjoy life, the life that we deserve. Let's go back to the video. So let's listen to what this brother was saying. I'm going to shut up for a little while. I'm going to shut up.
What they're experiencing, right, are some men saying this. I would question if those men are truly masculine men or are those damaged men looking for women to take advantage of. I also think that it's important for men to understand that there's only so much you can put on a woman or anyone without diminishing their skills in certain areas. We can either be jack of all trades or master of some. Yeah. All right. So you got to diminish. So for me, you said what you deduce is that we want a woman that's going to make 6 figures and still be feminine. I'm going to make it clear. You ain't got to work. you ain't got to do nothing. All right? So I'm not saying.
So what do you love about black women?
Black women are literally the prototype from which everything comes. Black women are the culture. Black women are the standard. Black women are the thing that we all aspire to love and that we aspire to chase after. I think obtaining a black woman is the ultimate goal.
Black men, come to the front of the class. Shout out to Ask Loki.
Come to the front of the class.
Come to the front. Watch this.
Talking about black women being vilified here in America, joining us now, the men to talk about this subject. We have podcast host, the biggest community activist, Derek Muhammad, radio host, TD Blackshear, and CEO of Regal Media, Todd Smith. All right, Derek, your thoughts about black women being vilified here in America. Is it a problem? Is it reality?
It is a problem. It is emphatically a reality and has been so for the past 400 plus years. Black women being vilified is not anything new.
He sounds like the first woman that started speaking. So they go back to history. Now let's address what's happening now with black women.
Question is, when did it stop? I mean, think about it. A study was done that said that in media, most black women are seen in three categories: the sapphire, the Jezebel, or the third one is, I forget the third one, but these negative stereotypes. And anytime a black woman expresses her intelligence and she defies these stereotypes, she is indeed vilified.
Brother, they not talking about that. They not talking about the black woman who gets educated and all this. No. And this is a problem.
Vilification is just the gateway to devaluation. So as long as black women are devalued in this country, then they could lose 600,000 jobs in 1 year.
You see that? Back again.
And nobody will bat an eye. I mean, let's look at the historical record. Black women were used as guinea pigs to perform surgery with no anesthesia. Why? Because it went on record that they had a higher tolerance for pain.
Now, before Media Man says anything, shout out to you guys that are coming in. Zeta says this. Zeta says, he said, there are white women who care more about black kids than black women. That's a harsh reality for some dudes, isn't it? He didn't say most white women, because I know some guys will take it and run with it and say, he said white women. No. He said there are white women, meaning some, who care more about the black kids in the black community. And I've seen it. Some of the best examples, I kid you not, whether it was art teachers that I've had that were white women, whether it was a white woman who took me on a school trip and introduced me to museums, whether it was my white female school teacher that introduced me to the value of books, whether it was a white female that taught me about relationships from looking at her relationship with her husband. I remember my college professor always talked about her relationship with her husband. And I was like, man, that's how I want to do it. And this was an economics class. And I'm sitting back like, wow, that's how I want to do it. There are white women out there, not most, not all, but there are those that care about the communities, whether they be black, whether they be white, whether they be Latin. They went into the field of education to care about all children. But then when it's time for the PTA meeting, when it's time to meet the parents, either your parents don't show up, like my mom didn't never show up to the PTA meeting. A lot of y'all moms ain't never showed up to the PTA meeting. A lot of you mothers did. And then among those that did show up to the PTA meeting, that white woman could not tell your mother nothing about you. Nothing. You know why? Because you was her little man. And I wish this white woman would talk about my little man getting D's in her class. Well, it is her responsibility to teach my little man better. She is doing something wrong. It can't be what's happening to that young man at home is impacting his grades, lack of somebody helping him with his homework or what have you, or somebody not even allowing him or enforcing the discipline of him doing homework. He can play his video games. He doesn't have to do his homework right now. That can't be impacting the black male epidemic where black male are reading at a 6th grade level. Can't be that, right? It's got to be the white school teacher's fault. A lot of us don't want to admit some of this stuff, man. Some of these truths. See, hey, Zeta, check it. There are men that have no problem with hearing truths when it comes to black women. Yeah, man, they need to do this. Next year should do it. Cool. But when it comes to hearing truths about us black men, well, that's a hard horse pill to swallow. One of the reasons I share my stories, guys, and I mean this in all sincerity, is to let my brothers know, bro, you ain't the only one that got whooped by a switch, a extension cord, a belt or a belt buckle. You're not the only one that got put on punishment for months. You're not the only one that you could tell that your mother wasn't whooping your ass because of what you just did. She was whooping your ass because she's still mad that your daddy married the woman down the street. Some of y'all will never admit half of your ass whoopings were so brutal. You took a cookie from the Oreo cookie jar in the kitchen. A cookie. Your mama whooped your ass as if you broke into the Oreo factory, baked Oreo cookies, packaged them, then brought them to the house, put them in the cookie jar, and got a cookie. And all that was illegal for breaking in the. That's how my mom was whooping my ass. And from listening to the stories of other black men and black women, your mamas was whooping your ass with the same veracity. My mama used to whoop my ass as if she was whooping off a lion that was on top of me, as if she saw an imaginary lion attacking me and she was whooping the lion or the bear off of me, not realizing that imaginary lion that she saw was actually me. You know how they used to say, spanking you gonna hurt me more than it hurts you. Not my mama. And from based off y'all stories, y'all mama did not sit, man, my mom sit back with a cigarette and a cup of coffee after the ass whooping. My mom used to have halftime shows for the ass whooping. True story. My mom would be so tired whooping my ass, she would go in there, make her a cup of coffee, smoke a cigarette, come back in there, finish off the ass whooping. All you older brothers, first child, you knew if your younger brother or sister did something, they was gonna get in trouble. But you had an ass whooping coming. You should have been watching your little brother and little sisters, right? Not for something you did, for something they did. Not them getting punished for it. You got an ass whooping coming. See, some of you middle child and you younger children, you don't know nothing about them ass whoopings. But you first kids, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You got on punishment. You got cussed. If you didn't get an ass whooping, you got cussed at. You got fussed at because you the oldest and you knew better. Your brother fell out that tree, that was your fault. Your sister got smacked or got in a fight with that girl down the street, that was your fault. You know how many times I had to go up to the school because my sister Candy got in, and I know how Candy is to this day, because Candy got in a fight with some girl down the street. I had to walk all the way up to, not my school, all the way up to her school. I know the fight is over. The kids was always knocking on the door. Mrs. Spence, Candy up at the school fighting. How did these kids get all the way from Candy school to our front door? The fight was over. But in my mama mind, it's as if Candy is still up there fighting, and I need to go up there as the older brother, 12 years old, and defend her honor. I know as a child, the average fight only lasts 30 seconds to 2 minutes, if that. I know that fight over. It takes 20 minutes to walk to Candy school. I know it is emptied in a mother. Ain't no kids there. Candy at the house by the time I walk home. But since I'm the oldest child, I either tell my mom I ain't going and get my mouth popped, or walk my ass that 20 minutes to an empty school. And I've done it over and over and over as the oldest child. And some of you older men, you know exactly what I'm talking about when you're the firstborn. Some of y'all do not want to admit to this day, some of them ass whoopings and some of them yellings and some of them cussings and fussings ain't had nothing to do with you. It didn't. I'm gonna tell you guys, it had nothing to do with you. It was more or less the anger that your mama was going through at that moment because of something that was going on with or without your dad. And don't let you be a boy that look too much like your daddy. Don't let you be a boy that you the spitting image of your father and your father ain't around. Boy, your life gonna be hell on feet. Your life gonna be hell on feet. Real talk. Shout out to you, brother. Oh, hit the wrong button.
My face, goddammit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Don't play with me.
I am from Detroit, Michigan, but Kofa is not. Shout out to Kofa being in the building. He said, I went to my daughter's school, open house, a predominantly black school in the A. Shout out to Atlanta. He said, me and another dad were the only parents to show up for all the 10th grade. He said the other dad was Mexican. It's not like he lying. It's not like he lying. He said, shit, my dad, he said, shit. He said, I'm my dad's twin. Alexander, shout out to Alexander in the building. He said, facts. He said, single mothers abuse creates menaces. Absolutely correct. That terrorize the black community and use Americans' disdain for black men as a reason why the child acts that way. It's because of the white man. It couldn't have been because of the ass whoopers we were going through. Couldn't have been that psychologically messing us up, looking us in our face saying, you ain't shit, you ain't gonna be shit, your daddy wasn't shit, get your motherfucking ass. That didn't mess us up, huh? That couldn't have messed us up. That couldn't have messed black men's minds up. It was the white man. It was systematic racism that messed us up. Wait a minute. I was 12 years old. I was too young for systematic racism other than school. Wait a minute. I was 13 years old watching the Thundercats. I didn't know anything about economic racism. No, a lot of us don't want to admit that the way that some of our mothers, not all, but too many of our mothers talk to us like trash, not because of us, but she saw our father in us and she was cussing out our father through us. How many times you saw your mama cussing you out and you looked at her like she was crazy? Like it wasn't that serious? Part of it was fear, but a part of it was like, it was, and you know you can't say, Mom, it ain't that serious. But you knew it ain't that serious. She flipping out like Mom just coming out, flipping out. and you knew it wasn't really that serious. The way she acted and responded, it wasn't that serious. And even to this day, you know that it wasn't that serious. And you ain't never said nothing to your mama because you know you older and time has gone by. But every once in a while, when you think about your childhood and you think about some of them disciplined moments, you got to admit, some of them things that mom said, mom did, it wasn't that serious. Not like she was acting. Now, I'm the only one that's willing to admit that. You won't have to. You're not on camera, so you ain't got to admit that. You could still walk the earth and act like your mama ain't never made no mistakes. She was Chitara in the Thundercats, and she was the white Power Ranger, and she just, or whatever Power Ranger the females were, the yellow Power Ranger, the pink Power Ranger. Your mama was all that, right? She was keeping the house clean like Wilma Flintstone. I'm talking about your mom ain't made no mistakes. So I'm not talking to you dudes. But as for me, it wasn't always perfect. You say, Dre, I was so confused. Right. You would sit back, you say, man, come on. Let's be honest. The velocity of a black woman's smack, your neck bone ain't fully developed at 9. Your brain ain't developed completely until 25. Your skull is still growing. Your mom will smack you whole hand. What'd she say? Boy, don't make me smack the black off. Don't make me smack the black off of you. Was not those smacks as if she was trying to literally smack skin tone off your face? Okay. Let's be honest. If those level of ass whoopings would have happened in a white household, would have had flown? Would it been allowed? Would not a school teacher had called the people downtown to investigate your mama if that happened in a white household? I'm talking about your average black ass whooping. I'm not talking about nothing spectacular. I'm just talking about all of us. When I sit back and I say switch, I don't have to tell you what a switch is. You motherfuckers know what a damn switch is. When I tell you about extension cord, I don't got to describe an extension cord ass whooping. You know exactly what I'm talking about. When I'm talking about it with a paddle, you know what a paddle is. When I tell you with the belt or the belt buckle, you know exactly what it's like to get your ass with that belt or that belt buckle. You know what it's like when your mama say, take all them goddamn clothes off but your underwear. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You know when a woman says she gonna smack the black off you, you know when your mama smacked you was as if black left your body for a few seconds. So don't pretend like you don't. Everything I'm describing is you don't know what I'm talking about. So even if it didn't happen to you, you know somebody in the black community that happened to. If this had happened in the white community on a regular basis, would have flown under the radar like it did in the black community. Hell no. Hell no. Let a white woman smack her black son like that. The son would have called downtown. It's one thing to spank your children. You know, white people, they will spank. Now, son, you deserve a spanking for this. But the domestic violence that we went through and survived it to this day, but many of us are so mentally tore up and we had to learn black maleness thoroughly outside the house of abuse. And some of y'all don't want to admit that. But if I say switch, you know what the hell I'm talking about. That's the funny part. If I say that belt, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Some of y'all imagination go think about like several belts, how thick one was, how thin another one was. Some of y'all know about that damn belt buckle. Some of y'all know when I sit back and say, smack the black off you. Okay, when the last time you saw a white person say, I will smack the white off you to their kids? Ever? You ever heard any of your white friend kids say, my mom said that if I get in trouble in school, she's going to smack the white off of me? You ever heard that? Never. What about the Latin community? Your Latin boy said, my mom, mi madre, she said, if I get in trouble in school again, she going to smack the brown off of me. Ever? You ain't heard that one? What about in the Asian community? My mom said, if I get in trouble, she gonna smack the yellow off. You ain't never heard that? But if I say it to you about the black community, I don't have to describe it, do I? You know why? Because that's how common and prevalent and under investigated it was in our community. How many of y'all got left in a hot ass car where your mama was in there grocery shopping? Or she stopped somewhere to take care of a bill or something. It's summertime in Detroit. It's summertime in New York. It's summertime Chicago. It's summertime LA. It's summertime Kansas City. It's summertime Oklahoma. And you and your little brothers and them, your mom leave a car locked. It is 102 outside in Oklahoma, and your mama left that damn car locked. Or told y'all, you better not get your ass out this car. If I find out y'all left that, and you don't care how you and your little brother are sweating, you know, do not get your ass out that car. So when I say that we survived some PTSD shit, we didn't have to go to the Gulf War only. Shout out to our military brothers. But I'm telling you, we went through our own level of plights, and it wasn't the white man. Some of y'all don't want to admit the reason why some sisters and brothers can't keep a job, it ain't got nothing to do with the white man. It's because your mama saw your daddy in you and she was whooping the daddy out of you. Every time she looked at you, this motherfucker looking like his goddamn raggedy ass daddy. His daddy ain't shit. She either went over there and married that other woman, but he ain't married me. And we over here with 3 kids together. Fuck him. And every time she got a chance to take your father out through you, whip your father's ass through you, abuse your father through you, cuss out your father through you, put your father on punishment through you, look down on your father through you, she did it. I know very few black women that didn't do it. To this day, there are black women that's taking out ass. There's a black boy getting his ass whooped right now with the same velocity and anger that we did back in the 70s, 80s. Not because that boy did anything wrong. He went and got a goddamn Oreo off the goddamn cookie, off the shelf in the cookie jar, and she whooping his ass as if that boy robbed a bank. Why? Because he looked like his motherfucking daddy, and I can't stand that motherfucker. How many ass whoopings I took because I look like my father? How many ass whoopings you took? You to this day, some of y'all think you really did something to deserve that ass whooping, don't you? Some of y'all justify your mamas thinking that, man, my mama, if it wasn't for the ass whooping, she made me the man that I am. Bruh, half of them ass whoopings you took did not make you the man that you are. Your mama was whooping your ass because she saw the man of your father in you a lot of times. That's why that ass whooping was, hey, it has shit to do with discipline. Okay. Everybody talking about, see, that's why you need to bring back ass whoopings, because these kids done got out of control. When I was a teenager, they still had gangs. Even though they was whooping asses, they still had gangs, didn't they? Teenagers were still going to jail, wasn't they? Even though, okay. Girls were getting pregnant, weren't they? Okay, all right. So even though back in the day, everybody was getting their ass whooped, girls were still getting pregnant. Boys were still running in gangs. We were still stealing candy from the store. We were still out there hustling. We still brought in the dope game. So even our era had its crazy moment. Now, I'm not saying we as bad as these kids, but what I'm saying is we had all the ass whoopings and punishments, and we were still out there doing dastardly shit. So for all y'all that's talking about they need to bring back ass whoopings. Why? We still was out there acting a damn fool. And we was getting all our ass whoopings. There's a balance for everything. There's a balance for everything. That's serious, man. I don't know how this topic got so serious tonight, man. He said I used to hate those butter cookie metal containers. No cookie inside them. Only sewing supplies. I know exactly which ones you're talking about. Shout out to Bronx in the building. And shout out to my Detroit brother, my brother Sean in the building. Make sure you subscribe to his channel. Drop the link to your channel, Sean. This could get ugly. He said, my barber just told me the funniest thing today. He said single mothers be sending their kids to get a cut to look like the very nigga that they hate. Bars. Barber bars. Barber bars. Single mothers send their kids to get a cut to look like the very nigga they hate. Shout out to Corporal ST over there on Andre's channel. He say, Dre, you are clairvoyant tonight because one of my worst ass whoopings was because of Oreos. My mom thought that I ate up. He said, I ate up the day after she had brought them home from the store, but my father ate them. But I got the ass whooping for it. That's what Corporal says. He took the ass whooping that he can remember to this day because of his father. Zeta said, don't forget my super chat. I'm gonna go back up there right now, gentlemen. And Zeta says this. Shout out to you guys that are supporting by way of PayPal, Cash App, Super Chats. Appreciate you, gentlemen. You see those PTA meetings that those white moms don't play about, they kids educated. He said, I've seen them more than black mothers, white teachers try to get black mothers to come. Dude, I kid you not. I can relate to you guys that were the only men in the PTA. When I was a stepdad, I was the only dad that was at the PTA meetings. Kid you not. The pageants, like they have a school, school recital where the kids are playing instruments or the kids are singing. Ain't there many black dads up in? I'm a stepdad. I'm not even the biological dad. I'm the stepdad. Even the biological fathers wasn't showing up in masses. I kid you not, man. You would think biological fathers would show up to football games and basketball games. No. Go to a high school football game or a high school basketball game and look your ass around and see how many black dads aren't in that mother. I don't care if your son is running like OJ did back in the day when he was playing. Black fathers do not show up, bruh. Once again, this is not a anti-us men rant. But hey. Yep. He said, yeah, I have. He said I had major ass whoopings because of that stuff I did. Yeah. But some of them ass whoopings were like, come on, man. Really? Some of them ass whoopings you deserved, but not all of them. Not like that. Let's go back, gentlemen. Let me shut up for a little while.
Discussed this before. I'm kind of mad that I didn't clip that video up. But again, brother, we know the history, man. He's talking about present day. We got to stop doing this. As black men, we got to stop.
So indeed, black women have been vilified in this country, still are being vilified in this country, and will continue to be vilified if nothing changes.
3 women were arrested at Miami International Airport for refusing to leave a Frontier flight. During
these women got arrested. This like within the last 48 hours in Miami Airport, probably on their way on an international flight. Does that have to do with anything that the black man has done to them? These men on this panel are saying it is our fault that these sisters got arrested. And then we're going to look at sisters that got arrested on an international scale. And these men on this panel, the Umarites, are saying it is our fault that black women get arrested on an international scale. It is all our fault, not some of it. They believe that it's all our faults.
Dispute over an unpaid carry-on bag. Authorities say Defesha Dockery, Deajana Cochran, and Devana Cochran, they rushed past a restricted door, boarded anyways, and they ignored repeated orders to get off after their boarding passes were denied. This delayed that.
So I'm going to run this back again. What they're saying is these sisters got arrested because they didn't want to pay a check bag. And then they ran on the plane anyway. I can imagine this scenario. Come on, let's be real. We travel enough. We know that it wasn't on the outside. You know, when you're walking down the ramp, it's at the booth. You know, here's the scenario. I bet you 9 times out of 10 it happened. These ladies got their bags. One of the bags is too heavy. It should have been checked in at the front desk, but it wasn't. So these ladies got their tickets, beep, scanned, beep, beep. They walk down the ramp. The plane is starting to get full. There's no room for an extra heavy bag like what these ladies have. The airline stewardess at the end of the ramp says, excuse me, ladies, you're going to have to check this bag in. Well, I'm not paying for a motherfucking check. I'm sorry, ladies. This was too big. It should have been checked in at the front. Well, I'm not. You know how sisters do. The sisters got on the plane anyway with the bag. Walked right past the stewardess, walked right past the flight captain and everybody, and got to their seats. So now the stewardesses are telling the captain, listen, we told these women that they can't come in here because of that bag. They told us, F us, we da 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 da. They went and got the police. They said the plane was stalled for an hour or two, and they locked these sisters up. And if you've seen the full video, these sisters are twerking while they're in handcuffs, twerking, flirting. Ooh, you look good. And all type of stupidity while they're walking in handcuffs. Remember I said, if you were raised by a single mother, you are ultra emotional and you can't read the room. A lot of us who were raised by single mothers don't know how to read the room. We actually think that we can go to, here we go. We actually think that our women can go to Houston dressing like strippers in a rodeo and it should be all right. Can't read the room. This is supposed to be a rodeo. And yet we can't read. We can't go on cruises and act like we got sense in the middle of an ocean, surrounded by depths, leagues of water underneath you. We don't know how to read the room. Most people, I'm not saying all, but I noticed this. Most people who are raised by single parents, it is difficult for us to read the room. Police officer stop you, only ask you for your license and registration. Here you go getting locked up because you just got in an argument with the police officer. You didn't know how to read the room. Or he asked for you. He didn't ask for nothing else. License and registration, please. He didn't say, why this? I saw that. You locked up because you didn't know how to read the room. Daytona Beach. One of the videos I can't show, but I mentioned it the other day. Young black man at Daytona Beach. The police officers trying to disperse the crowd peacefully. Everybody's slowly but surely dispersing. There's a bunch of black kids. They're trying to disperse it so they can make sure that nobody gets hurt, right? Young black kid pulls out artillery in the middle of the street while police officers are calmly, and everybody else is calm too. It ain't like the kids are out there like, forget you cops. They ain't doing it. The kids are calm. And so they're dispersing, they're walking away from out of nowhere. I mean, no arguments going on. Police aren't loud. The kids aren't loud. Kids are walking about their business. The police officers are just trying to make sure everybody's safe. This young man pulls out a gun. He runs to the middle of the street, pulls out artillery, starts firing, then has the audacity to start running. Like I mentioned the other day, in the video, the police filled this boy up with so many holes. It was like they were shooting from afar and they just kept walking up on him shooting to where they were basically, a couple of them was standing over him just blah, 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 blah. That kid was raised not to read the room. And a lot of us had to learn, come on, let's be honest. A lot of us had to learn to read the room after we left our mama's house. That's another thing black men don't want to admit. We had to learn our maturity. Some of us are gentlemen now. Some of us are men of wisdom. Some of us know how to pick and choose our battles. Remember when we were young, we'd fight about everything. Now we kind of like, okay, if I have to protect myself or protect my family, okay, cool. But every time somebody says something out of hand to me, I might have to read the room. Some of us had to learn to read the room after we got out of our mama's house, and you don't want to admit that. I did. I had to learn to read the room after I left my mama's house. Because my sister was always fighting. My mama was always fighting. Come on, Jeffrey. My aunties always in a battle, a verbal battle or a physical battle with their men. So all I knew was not reading the room. I had to learn to read the room once I got out of Detroit, away from my family. That's when I learned from other men, you gotta learn to read the room, Andre. You gotta learn to read the room. Let's go back to the queens. Once again, FBA, come get your queens, bruh. Come get your queens, FBA. Let's bring that back.
Authorities say Defesha Dockery, Deajana Cochran, and Devana Cochran, they rushed past a restricted door, boarded anyways, and they ignored repeated orders to get off after their boarding passes were denied. This delayed that flight by an hour. Deputies say one woman spit on another passenger as they finally exited. All three resisted arrest as well. Video was posted on Only in Dade, where we see the trio leaving MIA in handcuffs. They were then taken to the Miami-Dade County Jail.
This in Thailand. This is Sisters versus Lady Boys, Thailand edition. I know the names. I know once I heard those names, I was like, yeah, I could see that. I could see that. Shout out to my Uncle Jeffrey. Jeffrey was talking about his sisters. My uncle talking about his sisters always were fighting. Always. In a relationship with somebody, whether they're using words or whether they're using physical, they were always fighting. These are sisters versus the lady boys. The sisters from the States. Sisters from the States. versus the lady boys in Thailand.
Dozens of women were arrested in a prostitution crackdown along Pattaya's Beach Road.
Yes, there's sisters that's down there from Africa, and there are sisters down there from the States doing pay for play.
Undercover police posing as tourists detained 20 suspects during a Valentine's Day sting operation. Authorities said condoms and lubricants were seized, while all of the women denied the allegations. Officials insist further legal action will follow if sufficient evidence of offenses is found.
What you mean if nothing changes? Whose responsibility is that? That's black women's responsibility to change that. Brother, we know that very well.
Richie Mack latest video, make sure you guys check out Zoom to Thailand. His latest video is basically that title, Sisters versus Lady Boys.
Black men, we know the game. Black men couldn't even wear black in the 90s because we was all associated with NWA and criminals and crooks. Gangs was rampant, all this type of stuff. We know this territory very well. And for you to say that and just leave it at that if nothing changes, okay, how do we make things change? Who needs to be at the forefront? Black women. It's right there.
I mean, a lot of our value stems from how much money we can make, how strong we can be, and how much impact we can have. But nobody ever tells the black woman, okay, what do you like to do? What fulfills you that's not financial, you know? So I want to know what fills you ladies up, what fills your tank up, that has nothing to do with hustle culture.
PD, let's hear from you. Your thoughts about it.
I don't believe that's the reality in the whole corporately. I believe that the segment or a particular...
And this is a big brother, man. This is not a great representation.
I thought the same. I was thinking the same thing. I was like, is it just me, or could y'all just find the most unhealthiest brother to put on camera? Come on, let's be real with it. I know white dudes ain't always a symbol of divine healthiness when they on camera, right? But you ain't gonna see too many gigantor white dudes put on camera for an interview, especially on a panel. This is supposed to be a black show out of Houston. Hey, do me a favor, T-Mac, if you get a chance, or any of you guys get a chance, drop the link to Richie's latest video on this particular topic about the sisters in Thailand. But they picked the biggest brother. I mean, that chair is crying. He can't even sit comfortably in that chair. He hoping the back of the chair don't break. This is not a slight to big brothers. I'm gonna say this again. This is not a slight to big brothers. But this is a slight to America in the sense that we got to get it together when it comes to our health, people. We really do. This is, ugh. Okay. I'll see if I can drop it. I wish I had the ability to make a lot more of you guys the moderators. I really do. I wish I had that. I could do it over on Andrea's channel, but I can't do it over on Love Crossing Borders anymore. Crazy, right? Yeah, I'll put it in there. Or if you guys who are already mods, if you got a wrench, if you're here tonight, drop the Richie Mack video if you don't mind.
I mean, it may be an educated man, but brother, you got to get your health in order.
Particular people, such as a Jasmine or a Kamala, who vilifies with the potty mouth type ideology, where they are speaking not as intelligent women that we are accustomed to generally in our community, who are literally sound women who goes about their business of doing things that we have brought up through our lives. We know that they are the most sought after or the most educated part.
Now, he was right. He said the most educated part of our community. And then he said sought after. I'm not sure what he meant by that, but I'll give him some grace, you know, and leave it at that. So
People really want black women to understand is that we are to be accepting of our positioning as the least desirable in society. We should get the memo that nobody really wants a black woman. Thus, if anybody was to find themselves willing to take up with us, we should be happy, we should be grateful, and we should shut up about it. And if you
See, that's the problem that a lot of black. Now here's the link, guys, to Richie Mac's video on the Keishas in Thailand. So if anybody wants to make sure that you save that, that's the link. Here's the problem with men on these panels when it comes to talking to black women. It has very little to do with black women. Black women are the most beautiful and just most beautiful women in the world. Nobody can deny that part, because they come in so many different cultures, colors, hairstyles. If you don't like this type of black woman, you can go with that type of black woman. If you don't like this country of black women, you go to that countries of black women. You can get with the Blasian women, the Blasian black women. There's so many, the attitudes. Black women, and especially black men in the United States and UK, don't want to admit what was putting them at the bottom of the barrel is the attitudes, their behavior. You just had black women on the national news being arrested in Miami. What white man wants to run to a culture where he sees that? What Latin man wants to run to a culture in masses that sees that? And what black men are going to sit back and stay proud when he sees that? Now, mind you, there are a lot of things to be proud of when it comes to black women, but their claim to fame is not being proud of their behavior. That's what black women, they try to victimize themselves by saying nobody wants black women. No, nobody wants black women's behavior. And then black women will sit back and say, well, if a white girl did it, you call it sexy. If a Latin girl did it, you call it sassy and beautiful. But when black women, no, ladies, no, you are loud to the extreme. You are disrespectful to the extreme. You don't smile to the extreme. You are rude. Many of you, not all of you, not even most of you, not even most black women, but too many of you are disrespectful and don't take accountability to the extreme. So if any woman does that, doesn't matter what color she is, we shun as men that behavior. So stop saying white women do that, not as a mass. Latin women do that, not as a mass. African, not as a mass. Black women in UK, in the United States, you present this behavior as a mass, to where you're known as the angry black woman and nobody disputes it. No culture of women have ever disputed, why do they call black women angry? No, white women don't dispute it. Latin women don't dispute. No group of women dispute that. Even certain women in the black community will tell you, yes, that behavior of anger is prevalent in our community. There are black women that admit that. Tyler Perry's first movie was what? The Angry Black Woman. Did black women go to the picket sign, come to Tyler Perry movies with picket signs? No. Did they come to Tyler Perry, a website, and say, you're wrong, take that movie down, change the title? No. What did black women do when they saw Diary of an Angry Black Woman? They made Tyler Perry a billionaire. That's what black women did. They went to go see it when it was a play, and they went to go see it when it was a movie. They know that the world sees them as a mass, not all, not most, but there is such a large pool that you can use the term angry black woman and become a billionaire. And black women did it. Yep. The Diary of a Mad Black Woman. Man started with that one movie. And now he's a billionaire off the backs of black women with that Medea franchise. Shout out to my brother Sean and Detroit boys and all you Detroit boys in the building. Make sure you guys subscribe to This Can Get Ugly. Brand new YouTube channel that's growing. Let's get him to over 100 subscribers. Let's get him past that 100 subscriber mark. Yep, same thing with Oprah. Yep. It was black women that made Oprah. And all she had to do was just bring black women on to be mad. And then bring on some angry white women. But for the most part, all she had to do was just bring on black women that were criticizing black men. And Oprah became a billionaire. Yep, they embraced it. They didn't shun it. They didn't protest his movies. We're not mad like that. We're not angry like that. We're not rude like that. They didn't argue it. They went and supported it to the point of $1 billion. Once again, subscribe to our brother. Get him to 100 subscribers. We got 75 people in the building. Let's get our brother to 100 men supporting men on this channel. Let's go back to the video.
For a black woman that dares to push back.
First of all, let's be clear. It's not that black women are undesirable. The personality of a lot of black modern women is undesirable. The stigma of you feel like you don't need a man, can't nobody tell you nothing. The mindset of a lot of black women is undesirable. And instead of dealing with the root of the issues, sometimes we want to just play like, oh my goodness, nobody want black women. Where you getting that from? The truth is a lot of black women are a product of a generation of other black women screaming to the top of their lungs, I don't need a man. And when you carry that same type of ideology, you carry that into your mindset and in the way that you show up in relationships, then it's not that black women are undesirable. You may be undesirable. Your personality may be undesirable. The idea that you want to emasculate black men, that is what's undesirable. So let's not confuse the two.
The reason why black girls are the least desirable by most men is because they're the most masculine. They act like boss bitches, which most men are not attracted to.
Now, I want you to hear what he's saying and watch how she sugarcoats, does not take accountability as a black woman.
Men, again, like submissive girls.
You guys realize that we don't care though, right?
No, I'm saying no, but the thing is...
I know, but I'm just saying, like, as a black woman, we don't care.
Black guys, they go for white girls, man.
And you see how he said, okay, and this is why black men are going for the white girls. If y'all don't care to change your behavior, if y'all don't care about hearing about your behavior, okay. He didn't fuss at her. He didn't cuss at her. He just said, and this is why black men are going over to other races, including the white woman. Dave said this. He said, Dre, listen. He said, Dre, listen is a Dre, listen. Oh, he said, listen, Dre is a quality brother who's going to say it nicely. He said, truth is, sisters, y'all are not the same quality as other groups of women, respectfully. That is so true. When it comes to behavior. Let me use it as a metaphor. The sad part is, And shout out to you, Devin. Thanks for the heads up about what's going on in Pattaya. He said I live in Pattaya, and they have been picking up African sisters off the Pattaya beaches for strolling for the past several months. I don't blame him. Let's look at it, what David just said about sisters, just from the perspective of, he said that the other women just show better qualities. Black women, in many cases, not all, but in many cases, are like a flower that's beautiful, but poisonous to the touch. You can look at it, you can admire it, but you better not dare touch that particular flower. That's how a lot of women have become. So beautiful. More beautiful than all the flowers in the garden. But if you touch that flower, there will be hell to pay. Some of us have seen guys have to break up with some of the most gorgeous. I've had to do it. I know some of you guys have had to do it. Break up with some of the most gorgeous sisters because of that mouth and that attitude. I've had partners tell me, and I know some of you guys can relate to this. I've had partners tell me, what happened to so-and-so? Oh man, I had to leave her alone, dog. Shoot. No, bro, no. That attitude, dude, she thought because she was fine that she could just say any old thing out of her mouth. I had to let her, man, I don't see how you let that one go, bruh. You know how many times I've literally told dudes, I kid you not, I've told partners, if you want her, you can have that headache. You can have her. And I mean, no love lost. If that chick would have been walking down the street with one of my partners, I'd have been laughing at him because I know what hell that sexy, fine, attractive sister was putting him through. There are gorgeous sisters that some of us have said, I am not doing this. No. I've turned down many a fine sister. Correct, Jeffrey. Put a 1 in the comment if you have ever, I put 1. Put a 1 in the comment if you have ever had to throw away a gorgeous woman, attractive woman, a cutie, because of her attitude. Put a 1 in the comment. I know I had to. And I mean the cutie that everybody look at you crazy because you got rid of her. I don't care what country it is. You had to get rid of that sister because she was going to drive you crazy with her stupidity and her childishness. So it's not the black woman's beauty. It's because of that attitude, that mouth. You like, man, I'm not about to put up with this. No. Especially if you already hit it. You're like, man, I hit this coochie about 4 times. You think I'm going to stay around? Wait a minute. You think your mouth can be reckless with me and I'm going to keep you around long enough so I can hit the coochie for the 5th time? Nah, baby, you can keep that coochie. I'm out. All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. I know I ain't the only one. I know Jeffrey ain't the only one either. That's serious. That's serious. All of this, when these sisters be trying to talk about men don't want black women, finish the sentence. Men don't want black woman's mouth and attitude. Yep, he said, I don't want that crazy coochie energy. Nope. There are brothers that do. There are brothers out there that love it. They think that the woman loves them if she ain't dangerous. As long as she dangerous, he think that she's in love. Most of us don't move like that. There are a few brothers that move like that, but most of us are like, man, I don't care how fine you are, I'll let you go, baby. You ain't my first, you won't be my last. Absolutely. I've turned down some baddies I've had to get rid of. Like, man, forget that. That mouth. They think because they so cute and so pretty, they can talk reckless. You got the wrong one. You just ain't strong enough. No, I'm just not dumb enough to be with you. That's another one they'll try to use. You just not strong enough. If I hear a black man tell another black man, you just not strong enough for black women. When I hear y'all say that, that's another way I cut y'all off. When I hear y'all talk about how strong a black man, you just ain't strong enough to tame or to master the black queen. As soon as y'all hear that, as soon as I hear that, I ain't hearing nothing else you gotta say after that. If I have to tame a woman, like I'm taming a bear at the circus or the zoo, nah, bruh. My brother said this. Well, he said this when he said this. They love to blame the black man for the patriarchy. That's another one that gets me. We ain't never had nothing to do with the patriarchy. For the patriarchy, as if we created it and had control of it. Meanwhile, they benefit from it. Absolutely correct. Benefit from it more than we do. Yet they still cry and complain. It's never enough for them. You are 100% correct. My brother 19 Red Phoenix in the building. Shout out to you, brother. He say that's why they get used and become single moms. That's true. Cause we ain't, let's be men. We men, ain't we? We gonna hit that coochie at least one time. She that fine. I might, ladies, it ain't fair. I'm gonna tell you something, it's not fair. We will tolerate your mouth and that attitude because you so sexy to hit that coochie maybe twice. I ain't gonna lie to you, ladies. We are not sticking around because you nice. We sticking around just long enough to run up in you a couple times because we know that mouth, you are not wifey. Ladies, you not wifey. No, stop arguing, girl. Serious. You are not wifey. You smashable. You got the beauty. You got that butt. You got that small waist and breasts looking good. They looking young and perky. Nipples pointing to the ceiling. Baby, you got dimples and green eyes. Naturally curly hair. But that attitude, that's what's going to get you fucked twice. That attitude, I'm going to get the coochie, baby. I ain't that dumb. I ain't going to get rid of you before I hit the coochie. But I'm going to run through you about a good 2 or 3 times. But if you think while I'm running through you that I have any plans on staying, we don't. Ladies, it is wrong. It ain't fair. Before you gave us that coochie the first time, and we saw that attitude before you gave us the coochie, and we saw how you talk reckless before you ever gave us the coochie, we had already came up with the plan to get rid of your ass after we get done hitting that pretty coochie about 2 to 3 times. The only dudes that hang around longer are the simps. You didn't hit him with that coochie so good, he didn't got strung out as a simp. So he'll let you talk reckless to him. And he'll let you dog him out. But 99% of the dudes, yeah, baby, it ain't fair, but we just gonna run through you. We ain't stupid. We know you fine. If you think I don't want to see that booty arched up in the air, I do. So I'm gonna hang around, I'm gonna let you talk reckless. And I done had a few of them, I ain't gonna even lie to you. Shout out to you guys still throwing ones up in the air. I've had a few of them, man, that I knew she didn't have a snowball's chance in hell of me being in a relationship with her. Several of them. There was my mind listening to that mouth and that attitude. I had this one Puerto Rican, bruh. Green-eyed, jet black hair going down her back. Body was crazy. That mouth was reckless. I told myself, even before I hit it that one time, I'm going to run through her a couple times. but there is no longevity in my mind. That I didn't want to take her on a date. I didn't want to take her, introduce her to my boy, no matter how fine she was. I didn't want to introduce her to my boys. I didn't want to introduce her to Jeff. Bruh, when I hit it, Jeffrey wasn't even at the house. Me and Jeffrey was living as roommates in Tampa, right, at one point in time. In St. Pete, shout out to St. Pete. Jeffrey wasn't even at the house the days that I was bringing her through, breaking her back in, and kicking her out. That was twice. So Jeffrey never even met this fine chick. Usually when you got a family member, especially a dude, you want to introduce, hey, look at what I'm working with. That attitude was so bad, I didn't even want my own uncle to see how fine she was. That's how short she was in the picture. Again, true story. That's how short she was in the picture. To where the person that was there didn't even meet her. So ladies, y'all attitude will get y'all smashed, and some of y'all pregnant, but most of y'all with those attitudes, well, nobody will marry y'all. If y'all ever want to know why y'all getting married at a 27% clip, 25% clip, and they say it's going to get worse by 2030, black women, it is not because you black. Stop telling that barefaced lie. Stop lying to yourself and stop lying to the world. Nobody is not marrying you because you black. People are not marrying you because of that motherfucking mouth and that mindset. Once you sisters, and I'm not talking about all sisters, because I know how some sisters like to generalize all sisters. I won't even say most sisters are like this. I'll say it again. I don't even think most sisters are like this, but there are too many sisters in the dating pool that mouth and that mindset impacts the dating pool for the rest of the good sisters. Because ain't no man gonna let 30 rattlesnakes run up on him to figure out which one is poisonous and which one is not. So the good sisters are suffering because of that bad attitude of you bad sisters. So stop saying nobody wants black women. Men want black women. They don't want that, your mouth and that mindset. That's what we don't want. And stop trying to act like it's prevalent in every culture. It is not prevalent in every culture on the scale of our culture. On the scale of our culture. Let's put it like this. If you sisters ever, and I'll probably be dead and gone in the heavens, but if you sisters ever harness your mouth and your mindset, it ain't a woman on the planet that could out marry and out attract men like you do. Because you come in so many different colors and flavors and complexions and languages and cultures. Men would love to pick black women from all the selection, but men know that in masses, there are too many of you, not all of you, but too many of you that have the wrong mouth and the wrong mindset. And that's why you don't rule the world when it comes to relationships, and you never will. And I'll say this to I know I'll be dead and gone, and I'll still say this, until you change that mouth and that mindset, you will still be at the bottom of the totem pole where people want to sleep with you because of your beauty and make you a baby mama because of your beauty, but nobody is going to be putting a ring on your finger and deal with that mouth and that mindset till the day they die. And that's why you don't get the ring. No other reason. So stop using your blackness as your excuse. And you black men that do that, stop it. And I mean that. You black men that do that try to use black women's blackness as the reason why they don't want to date them because they're black. No, they don't want to date them because of that mouth and that mindset. It could be on any woman. If white women in masses were mouthy and had a negative mindset like black women, the same thing would happen with white women. If Latin women in masses were known globally for having a negative mouth and mindset, nobody would be marrying Latin women. Same thing with Asian women. Same thing with Samoan women. Men don't care about race when it comes to your mouth and your mindset. Any race of woman that in masses run off at her mouth and have the mindset, no man is going to marry them. So stop thinking that white women got the ups because she's white. No, white women got the ups because, and Latin women got the ups because, and Asian women got the ups because. And I know it'd be some simps that go into the comment sections and always be like, man, all you FBA brothers, man, he talking down on the queens. He talking down on the queens. It's amazing how y'all always tell me that I'm talking down on the queens, but none of you motherfuckers ever want to marry them. Y'all always try to check me about talking about the queens. But why is the queens only 25% getting married? I'm not talking about the ones that got married and then a divorce. I'm talking about black men getting on one knee only at a 25% clip for these ladies. If I'm so wrong, I'm not talking about the ones that got married and then a divorce happened. 80% of black women filed for divorce. I'm not even talking about them. At least they did get married. I'm talking about the 75% that in life will never have somebody get on one knee. Ever. Ever. 75% of black women will statistics show that nobody's going to get on their knee. Why? Because you black? No, you use that excuse of blackness. The reason why is because of that's why you got 75% of y'all asses. And I'm talking about my sisters, even though my sister's LGBTQ, but I'm talking about my sisters, my cousins, female cousins, my aunties, your mama, my mama if she was still alive. Your female co-workers, my female co-workers from back in the day. I'm talking about all our sisters. Any of them that have that mouth that needs to be mastered, not by a man, but by them, and that mindset that needs to be mastered and tamed, not by a man, but by them, go on, keep smashing them, brothers. I'm gonna say this again. That 75% that ain't getting married, they still fucking. You notice that? Ain't nobody getting on their knee for them. But because of that negative mindset and that mouth, but they still have that black woman's beauty, y'all still getting fucked and still getting pregnant. You ever notice that, ladies? You ever notice that those dudes are not getting on their knees for you, but they will put kids up in you? You ever notice that, ladies? You ever notice that y'all got more baby mamas than y'all got black husbands in the black community? You ever notice that? You know why? Because black men appreciate and enjoy your beauty. But your mouth and your mindset, you are not getting the ring. Hell no. And that's why 75% of y'all that don't get asked to get married, you still getting fucked. Oh, your sexy ass is getting fucked. Oh, don't think we ain't gonna fuck you. Sisters, so hear what your brother's saying. Don't you ever think that we have not come to a conclusion after that first time we took your ass to Cheesecake Factory with that attitude you had over dinner that we gonna keep you. No. We realize you are sexy. You are attractive. After that cheesecake dinner, oh, we might take you to one more dinner, but we have already plotted in our mind, I'm gonna fuck her 2 or 3 times and I'm gonna throw her ass in the dumpster with the rest of them because of that mouth and that raggedy ass mindset. So you 75% that ain't nobody else asking y'all to marry, you ever notice that you still getting fucked? You ever notice that part, sisters? You ever notice you can get all the dick you want, but you can't get a ring? You ever notice that? I mean, dick galore. Dick galore. You can have a dickathon. You getting so much dick. Just a dickathon. Now ask 75% of y'all about a ring or longevity. Ain't nobody keeping y'all asses. You ever wonder why dude will be with y'all for 10 years? Don't ask you, because he already know that mindset and that mouth ain't made for marriage. I'll tolerate it as a boyfriend because I know I could just get up and leave your ass. Ain't no courts involved. You ever notice that, sisters? You ever notice how men will stay in your life 9, 10, 12 years? This dude ain't never even talked about a ring. Why? You ain't ring material. You fuckable. You are just fuckable material. Well, we got 3 kids and we've been living together. You got 3 kids living together for 9 out of 12 years, and he still ain't got on one knee because you are only fuckable. That's it. He is there to fuck you and fuck you over for 9 to 12 years. That's it. At least us other dudes were merciful. What you mean, Andre? At least when we fucked you, sister, we knew we was only gonna fuck you for 3 times, maybe 2, and get rid of your ass. The simp stayed in your life and pretended as a boyfriend and a pseudo husband for 9, 10, 12 years, knowing his ass did not want to marry you with that attitude and that mindset and that mouth. He already knew. I don't know why simps be putting babies up in chicks they know they don't want to be with for a lifetime. You ever notice that, brothers? They will impregnate a woman that they know they do not want to be bothered with this bitch for a lifetime. Some of y'all got kids you love and cannot stand the presence of your baby mama. Why? You was only supposed to fuck her twice. You fucked her for 3 years. Year 3, she pregnant. You stayed around, kept fucking her because she was so sexy and so pretty when the rest of us knew, the rest of us other dudes, I ain't gonna say no real men, us other brothers, we saw she wasn't shit. We knew her mouth was sassy. We knew that her mindset was trash and her behavior was disrespectful. We saw how she dressed. We saw that big ass tattoo in the middle of her chest. We saw it. We knew, I'm gonna fuck this. Don't get it twisted. I'm gonna get this pussy. And we'll get it twice. And we were merciful. We moved on. She might have been mad at us because we got the pussy and left, but at least we were merciful. Your unmerciful ass, your self-centered ass, you kept fucking that pretty motherfucker for 3 more years. You tolerated that mouth and that mindset for 3 more years. And boom, you got that bitch pregnant. There was nothing about her that says motherhood and marriage. Nothing about her says that. Everything about her said, pretty pussy, come get it, enjoy yourself for a short time, get the hell on. But here y'all go, being up under bitches for eons. Now you got 3 kids by a raggedy. I had a brother, true story. I had a brother hit me up when we first started doing YouTube. I'm living in Colombia. Say this again. I'm living in Colombia. Some of you were around. I don't know if some of you guys remember. Some of you were around when I told the story of one of my closest friends in the States that I used to smash back in the day. Shout out to Fort Wayne, Indiana. She was a hoe. I knew it. So we were cool. I was out there smashing chicks. She's out there smashing, but it was cool. Make sure you got protection. Some of y'all remember the story when I say I took over to my boy's house. We were playing cards, right? We was hanging out. Because she was like, I said, what you doing tonight? Nah, I said, what you hang out with me? I'm going to my boys. Play some cards, play some dominoes. She came. Some of you guys might, I told this story. We went and played dominoes. I took her back to her crib right around 9, 10 o'clock, right? My boys hit me up the next day. Dre, guess who came back last night? Who? Your girl. I said, oh, girl I was with? Like, yeah. He said, dog, we all tossed her up and she was loving it. Dude, she wow with it. Now, most dudes would thought my reaction would be, oh, y'all, not Dre. Dude, did I not tell y'all she was already a hoe? Beautiful. And I mean, this sister was beautiful. I was like, oh man, shit, I brought her over there so y'all could toss her up. I didn't know she went back though. I thought y'all was gonna do the deed like right then and there, but oh man, we were destroying that pussy. Years later, a simp marries her, falls in love, has 2 kids by her, moves her to Orlando. Like I said, this is just my homegirl. I was smashing her like way back in the day. And then you know how you just stop smashing somebody, y'all just cool. That's how we was. We just cool, right? And so that's when my boys were smashing her. I was like, I don't care. But this dude fell in love, took her to Orlando, got her the big house in Orlando, 2 kids. But he ain't, poor brother, he didn't know what he was smashing. We start YouTube, me and Andrea. I get a message. Like, we started in 2019. It's like maybe late 2019. This brother hits me up in the comments. Hey, Dre, I'm so-and-so's a husband. Could you hit me up? I'm like, okay, cool. We exchange numbers, right? He emails me. We exchange numbers. We talk on the phone. He boo-hooing. Dre, I need to talk to her. Why is she like that? Why is she like that, Dre? Why is she like that? I say, calm the fuck down. What's going on? Now, mind you, I ain't seen her in 5 years, but I know what's going on. Okay? I know what's going on. I knew she wasn't. He married an ain't shit chick, right? She was fuckable. She was pretty, but that mouth and that attitude, that wasn't no wifey material. That wasn't wifey moved to Orlando, have some kids by material. I mean, far from it. She literally did not hide her whole side. It wasn't like she's so nice and sweet in public. No, she literally carried herself like a hoe. And a proud hoe at that. You think I got stories? Shit, me and her used to sit around just drinking. She got talking shit. We've just swapped stories. She got stories. I mean, being tossed up on a regular basis story. She got tossed up one time at a goddamn New Year's Eve party in public in front of female, and she loved it. Loved it. New Year's Eve party in the middle of the motherfucking party. Mother was tossing her ass up in the air like a bowl of Fruit Loops just flying through the air. So I kind of knew what he had married, right? That's my point. So he married the chick. I told y'all I had a big bowl of popcorn tonight, right? So he married the chick, right? He married the gangbang, right? Right, Jeff? He marries her. Then he called me 5 years later in tears. I'm just a friend. What's up, bro? What's up, black man? What's up, mighty black man? Mighty black man, what's up? Talk to your brother. Dre, I've given her children. I've given her a new life. I've given her a big house in Florida. I've done everything. I keep money in her pocket, in her purse. I buy her the best of the best. I fly her around the world. Why does she still get that pussy away like she do? And I was wrong. I kind of responded. You know how you let something just come to your mind and you just let it fall out your mouth sometimes? You're like, oh, I shouldn't have said that. I said, oh, damn, dog, she's still hoeing? I shouldn't have said that about that man's wife. It just fell out. And I said it so sincere. Oh, man, dog, she's still hoeing? Like, what you mean still? Like, nigga, she always been a hoe. Always been. Dude, I get a phone call from her 5 years. I ain't talked to her. Ray, you ain't shit. I said, what? Pray tell, what did I do? She, like I was a shit starter, right? No, I didn't mean to do that. He told me what you said. I said, girl, you still out there hoeing. I said, stop. But I'm not talking about like a paid hoe. I'm just talking about a female that's out there that's throwing that coochie because she likes sex. Some women just like a lot of sex like that, right? Not most, but some. Every once in a while, you just meet somebody just like to fuck. And fuck many dudes, not just one. And I said, come on, girl, stop tripping. You trying to mess up my household. I said, when you married that man, you knew your household was fucked. You know how much you like dick. Several hundred dicks. I said, so don't act like my little 3-second conversation with your man destroyed your marriage. Your marriage was destroyed long before you walked down that aisle. I said, because your mindset, I said, you know me, I never want to judge you. I'm not one to judge you. But come on, sis. You know and I know how much you like variety dick. And I know you tried to pretend. You know how you had like that one chick that's LGBTQ, and so she tried to pretend like she not by dating guys for a couple years, but then deep down in her heart, she LGBTQ. That's a scenario with my friend. Deep down in her heart, she was always hoe. But she tried to be a housewife. She tried. I ain't gonna lie. She tried her best to be a housewife. But the inner hoe, it was like David Banner trying to hold back the Hulk from coming out. You can't hold back that inner hoe. It's gonna come out. That's why I be trying to tell you dudes that be trying to fall in love with pay-for-play chicks in other countries and seeing them money talking about something. If you stop hoeing, I'll marry you. Dude, stop doing that in other countries. Y'all be coming to these other countries. There are women that love several dicks. Y'all be coming to Colombia, always want to fall in love with the pay-for-play chick. And they want to pay her. Don't sell your pussy no more. It ain't had nothing to do with the selling part. The selling was a benefit, but they love variety. And so she tried to hold it off for like 5 years, and it just came out, and she just was all over Orlando, sucking and fucking. She's sucking Mickey Mouse, Goofy. She was fucking Pluto. She all in Universal Studios, fucking the Hulk, fucking Spider-Man, Captain America, any Marvel hero she could find. She just running through Orlando and shit, right? Pussy in hand. And then he hit me up. There's a lot of dudes like that. There's a lot of dudes that are like that. That you were only supposed to fuck that chick maybe 3 times, maybe twice, right? Maybe twice, maybe 3 times. Here you go having babies and getting married and all type of shit. If y'all don't sit y'all ass down, yeah, they all up at Universal Studios. She all up at Universal Studios just fucking the dog shit out of Pluto. Just sucking Mickey Mouse's whole dick. She's sucking Mickey's tail. She got Mickey Mouse dick and his tail in her mouth at the same damn time. Pluto saw it and was like, damn, can you do me? She's sucking Goofy dick and grabbed Goofy tail at the same damn time, put it in her mouth. Did the same move to Pluto. She got motherfucking Mouseketeers beefing with each other. She done went to goddamn Disney World, started fucking the prince, her and Cinderella getting fights. That's how much she throw that pussy. I kid you not, bro. I kid you. I wish I was lying. I wish I was lying. That dude called me with tears. Oh, why she still like that? Why I gave her everything? Why? Because you was only supposed to fuck her 3 times. And there's a lot of you dudes like that. Y'all in love with these chicks in these other countries. You supposed to only fuck her 3 times. How the fuck you mad now? Andre, she's still selling the pussy. You think? No, for real. You think you think that Brazilian chick is still selling the pussy? Really? She told you she was a half-bred hoe. In the words of Riley of Boondocks, she was half hoe. She told you. You wanted the good girl part, but you didn't want to accept the half hoe part of that Brazilian chick. Not realizing the half hoe part was the dominant side of who she was. Not the good girl part. The good girl part was there inside of that Brazilian chick, but the half hoe part, the half-bred hoe, if you will, was the dominant part. And now you coming back, going through your cell phone, crying to your boys in the WhatsApp group, talking about, what am I supposed to do? I love her. Yo, sit your asses down somewhere. You see, nobody goes to the music park every single day to ride the same rides. Come on. My man was hurt. He was in pain. I was like, dog, you know you done fucked up, right? You know you done fucked up. He said, yo, Dre, pimping night tonight. Leave that hoe out. Yeah, seriously. You better kick that hoe out like Fred Flintstone put out Dino. You better kick that hoe out like Fred Flintstone kicked Dino out the house. Let's go back to the video. Let me hurry up. This female want to sit back and be mad at this brother for saying that, hey, black sisters got attitudes. Yeah, he was crying like Tyrese for real. Serious, man. That brother was hurt. Because of all that he did, he thought that everything that he did could would cause her to leave that whole side dormant. I say, man, she from small ass Fort Wayne, Indiana. You moved her to Florida with all the magical with all the magical dicks that she can get, right? She running rampant through Orlando. Or in other words, she let Orlando run rampant through her. I couldn't believe that shit. That shit was so funny, man. Brother called me. Then she called me like a couple days later. You ain't shit. I was like, don't be mad at me. You still out there hoeing? I said, you hoeing in Orlando? You throwing that pussy around in Orlando? I'm gonna tell you something. I was damn, true story. I was damn near tempted to get the pussy myself. You still out there hoeing? Girl, I'm in Tampa. I'm on my way. You still hoeing? If I knew you were still hoeing, I'd have came and got some of that pussy myself. I was so tempted. But since my man called me, I was like, Dre, come on, Dre. Act like you got, have a heart, Dre. Don't. But when she called me, I was like, shit, girl, you still giving it out like that? Since you on a fucking spree, since you serial fucking, I'm in Tampa. I'm only 45 minutes away. Yeah, I'm only 45 minutes away. Girl, I could be in the car talking to you while this conversation is going. Yeah, of course I got rubber. Stop playing. You know you missed his dick. You know you missed Poppy dick. Papacito. I was so tempted. Oh, did I miss one? Let me make sure I didn't miss everybody. My brother said pumped. he said I pumped and I pumped and then I let them dump me. Yep, absolutely correct. It ain't you, it's me, baby. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. I blame me. Damn it, I blame me. For real. I mean, dudes be about as lame as that speech that President Trump gave last night. That was a lame ass speech last night, by the way. That was 30 minutes you could have kept in your back pocket. That was 30 minutes you could have left in your back pocket. Let me make sure I got everybody. With the super chats. I got Zeta. Did I miss anybody else, Dirk? Did I miss anybody else? Let me know. And shout out to AMSM in the building with the $2 love. I'll get to the Cash Apps and the PayPal in a second. Let's get back to the video. I wanted to let the video run for a little bit.
Why black girls are the least desirable by most men is because they're the most masculine. They act like boss bitches, which most men are not attracted to. Most men, again, like submissive girls.
You guys realize that we don't care though, right?
No, I'm saying no, but the thing is,
I know, but I'm just saying, like, as a black woman, we don't care.
black guys, they go for white girls, man. They go for white girls and Latinas for a reason.
Oh, you mean the ones that always end up on the news with some type of domestic or murder or those ones?
No, not those ones.
No, I think those ones. Yeah.
Black men, absolutely. Black men still love black women. They ain't never changed. Look at the marriage rates. Even though it's the lowest, black men and women still married at an 82% clip. Just wanted to put that out there. Okay, that's what I mean by sought after.
Community, and we expect them to act as such because they are mothers, they are strong women. Because a woman, she can be seen but not heard, and she carry more weight in her beauty and in her essence and how she present herself as a lady in the streets. And the community abroad, the marketplace will bear witness to that fact, that she's a virtuous woman.
One thing I've been noticing, right? Whenever you call out black women on certain toxic traits and negative behavior, a bunch of them will run to the comment section talking about not all black women are like that. But if you're praising black women, calling them queens and goddesses, they're silent. You don't hear them say not all black women are queens and goddesses. On the flip side of that, however, if you were to call out black men on their negative traits, a bunch of them co-signing, yes, black men are dusties, black men do this wrong. However, let you be praising black men and see how they run over here talking about not all black men are great provider, protectors, and leaders. Not all black men, because then they start inserting about their dusty baby daddies. Y'all notice that pattern and see the hypocrisy in that, or is it just me?
Black women in America are overwhelmingly on a path, on a trajectory to eternal damnation, and y'all don't even care.
Rosa Parks sat on the bus. She wasn't cussing and potty mouthing and hollering and screaming. And the dignity and the self-respect.
He trying to compare these sisters walking the streets to Rosa Parks. This brother's trying to compare these sisters that have been around for the last 50 years to civil rights leaders. Boy, this panel here.
Respect, even in escorting her off the bus, was not that of a vilification or that of treating a woman without dignity.
All right. You know why? You know why they respectfully escorted Rosa Parks off the bus? Because at that time period, shout out to McGregor, the creator of Boondocks. I saw his speech, and I love mentioning this speech, one of my favorite speeches he gave on C-SPAN. Black people used to have, in the speech, he said, black people used to have something called moral currency. Meaning, we were such an upstanding people, an example to the world. Anything that was going on bad to us, people automatically believed that we did not deserve it. We had moral currency around the world. People saw our children raised by us. They saw us with home ownership. Because of segregation, they saw us owning businesses because we couldn't go to white stores, or white restaurants, and white gas stations. So we had our own. So globally, we had what was called a moral credit. Meaning that if it happened to black people, if they attacked black people with dogs, it had to be something wrong because black people don't act like they should have dogs and water hoses put on them. We no longer have that credit. That's why they escorted the civil rights leaders, or Rosa Parks, in other words, off that bus. They didn't drag her off that bus disgustingly. Now, during the civil rights movement, was it very dangerous and a lot of deaths? Yes, of course. A lot of our people died. But in those deaths, the world said, we didn't deserve that. We didn't deserve that. Because we had a moral credit, on this planet. We no longer have that. And that's why you can see this, which is on the screen about to take place. Black women getting arrested in other countries.
It don't matter if you cover your face. Why do people cover their face after they're already arrested? We know what you look like. Look at sister girl from America in the back. The mask on. Yep. Walking away, going to the Asian gulag.
Tourist police in Phuket arrested 5 black foreign women in Soibangla, Patong, for soliciting prostitution and causing disturbance to tourists. The arrests were made following complaints from the public and tourists. The women, all of Ugandan nationality, were fined and will face visa revocation and deportation.
She dealt with a very aggressive individual, a young man there who was screaming at her.
I'm trying to be respectful. Remember when that one truck driver's sister got arrested in Dubai a few years back? This is what they're talking about.
Baxter says her 29-year-old daughter ultimately yelled back at the rental car agent, she says, resulting in her being charged for screaming there in Dubai.
You shouldn't have been talking shit.
She is in jail for one reason and one reason alone. She raised her voice.
Or, here's another idea that's going to be very controversial. You could shut the fuck up.
Y'all see at the bottom, the title of the show, Are Black Women Vilified in America? Did that have anything to do with the topic at hand? Think about it. Anything.
Let's hear from you. I think the difference is we have a Marjorie Taylor Greene, and she is not facing the vilification. She's honored. She was honored before she turned against Trump in the MAGA movement. So there is a difference between how black women are treated when they're have a personality. That's how I look at Jasmine Crockett. She has a great personality. But why do we have to?
No, she's free now. She's free now. They sent her back to the States.
Shrink who we are. Why do black women have to shrink who they are, shrink their swag, or shrink their?
They had to pay a fine, and I think she stayed in jail for a couple weeks. And she said they sent her straight from the jail, straight to the airport.
Personality to fit somebody else's definition of what a classy woman should be. And like Brother Muhammad.
No, man. So look, guys, you guys seen the lead in of what's going on. They're talking about the rumbles, the being half naked at the rodeo and Daytona Beach and all this type of stuff. Since when did this turn into a praise worship type situation for black women? We trying to address a real issue here. And you guys aren't doing that. You're doing black women a disservice by sitting there just saying, yeah, we love black women. I love black women too. Doesn't stop me from holding them accountable. I love black men too. Don't stop me from holding them accountable. You guys need to adopt the same mindset, because this doesn't help. If every time we bring up a problem and we get black men and women on a panel saying, oh, nah, man, it ain't nothing. It's been happening. Black women are just fine. They good. Then what happens? Black women will continue to go out there and like, hey, whatever we do, we're going to be excused for our behavior. And then it's going to turn into blaming black men. I'll show you. Hold on. We ain't done.
We got the Jamaican woman going off in Kentucky Fried Chicken. We got the Jamaican sister going off in the Kentucky Fried Chicken. Shout out to my man Laquan for yesterday's $10 towards the PayPal. Shout out to my man Zay with the $10 love on the Cash App tonight. Appreciate you, brothers. Okay. Kind of froze right there. Okay, what I'm going to do is take it down, like I normally do, remove it. And then I'll bring it back up. Let's see if that helps. Let's see if that helps if I just bring it back up.
Everybody for the vilification of black women except black women.
Fast food, and the crazy part is,
you're back.
Don't hand me no attitude.
And yeah, we love black women. I love black women too. Doesn't stop me from holding them accountable. I love black men too. Don't stop me from holding them accountable. You guys need to adopt the same mindset, because this doesn't help. If every time we bring up a problem and we get black men and women on a panel saying, oh, nah, man, it ain't nothing. It's been happening. Black women are just fine. They good. Then what happens? Black women will continue to go out there and like, hey, whatever we do, we're going to be excused for our behavior. And then it's going to turn into blaming black men. I'll show you. Hold on. We ain't done.
What if they don't say black money because I work drunk cross? Dude, I remember black money in the ball, yeah. Hey, when I run the board, quick. Quick. I'm in there, come out of this book, I don't know if the class time, I call the crowd. You can't see any whole out no suck out in the clock, mother. See the chicken there. Near me a blood, near me a mama. And the blood cold still. Don't hand me no attitude. Look at this. It's supposed to be hot. It's ice cold. I just pulled off from y'all drive-through 2 minutes ago.
Ma'am, I'm sorry about that. I can get you a fresh.
No, you gonna fix it now. I'm pregnant, I'm hungry, and this all the way cold. Bun soggy cheese stuck to the paper. What I'm supposed to do with that?
alright, I'm sorry, but that whole situation at Wendy's was beyond embarrassing. You mean to tell me a group of grown women really turned a drive-thru into a food fight? Throwing drinks, sauce, messing with the machines all over fast food. And the crazy part is, y'all weren't even trying to actually fight. It was just chaos for no reason.
It started 400 years ago with the vilification of black women, how black men couldn't even speak up for their woman when they were raped by the slave master, when they were sold off. And it goes back to black.
But when they bring this point up, and the victim Olympics type, and you're trying to see who was done wrong the worst in slavery. I've seen black women go on TikTok saying that, yeah, black women had it harder in slavery than black men. Why are you comparing? Y'all trying to win that too? What you mean? Black men was getting deleted when they couldn't speak up. We was all enslaved. Why are we competing with slavery in the black community? What y'all say? The CIA did its job. My God, Lord.
Black men also with hip hop, calling women B's and H's. So,
hold on. See, like I said, blaming black men, calling black women B's and H's, and I knew that was gonna come up. I blame the rappers. How can you blame the rappers when black women are the first ones on the dance floor shaking it and baking it? And there was this woman on TikTok. She was like, how did this show get canceled, but Chris Brown is allowed to tour? I'm like, lady, women are the ones who primarily support Chris Brown's concerts. Thousands of women pay thousands of dollars to take pictures with him. So who are you blaming? Y'all asses. Soon as black women here.
Cash Money Records taking over for the 99 in the 2000s.
Who the first ones galloping to the dance floor?
This video was captured by a Richmond Heights police officer sitting in his vehicle back in June.
This video is from a police. These women literally are twerking on top of a police car that was just sitting there. Minding his business, ain't bothered nobody. These sisters decide. They were walking past. You're going to hear them say that the sisters were initially walking past, then turn back around and start twerking on top of a police car.
Outside a popular hotspot in the Hilltop Plaza.
A group of females walked by the cruiser and then returned back around this way. One of them climbed up on the push bumper and began to dance on the push bumper. And then another 2 females came walking around the other way as well, climbed up on the side of the car. One was standing about right here, standing on and dancing on the hood. And then another one then climbed up on the wheel and then onto the hood of the cruiser as well. There's a small dent and a little crease here. You can see that we didn't decide to fix that at this point in time. And then there was a pretty significant scratch that was about probably from here to here.
You were able to somehow identify at least 1 or 2 of the people who were doing this. How'd you do that?
Correct.
With the help of the Northeast Ohio Regional Fusion Center, they were able to identify the women using facial recognition software.
The one that got up there for a split second was the one that got caught. You can't make this ish up. The one that jumped on top of the car for a split second, I'll bring that back, is the one that got caught.
We didn't decide to fix that at this point in time. And then there was a pretty significant scratch that was about probably from here to here.
You were able to somehow identify at least 1 or 2 of the people who were doing this. How'd you do that?
Correct.
With the help of the Northeast Ohio Regional Fusion Center, they were able to identify the women using facial recognition software called Clearview AI.
Like, come on, man, we can't use that argument.
I blame everybody for the vilification of black women except black women.
Did you hear that? Did y'all hear that shit?
No, I blame everybody for the vilification of black women except black women.
There it is. Ain't that crazy? So recently I put this out because I was listening to the Breakfast Club interview with the most recent Breakfast Club interview with Dr. Umar, right? And of course he pushed back the school opening in 2027 August, I believe. But what I noticed is that, and I'm gonna read what I wrote, verbatim. In Dr. Umar's attempt to hold black women accountable for the behavior of black women, Dr. Umar often frames black women as if they're acting without guidance, implying they lack judgment or accountability, while simultaneously placing the responsibility on black men to correct or govern that behavior. Okay? Rather than directly criticizing black women, he redirects the blame onto black men, positioning them as responsible for how black women conduct themselves in society.
And I'm telling you, black men are responsible for her being masculine because we have not helped her raise them children.
I am
and
not.
when I say help them raise them children, I don't mean you as the stepdad.
No,
I mean you as an active member in the community. She got masculine because she had to become masculine in order to deal with the rape, the abuse, the domestic violence, the disappointments that men had in her life, and also raising those kids and having to take care of herself all at the same time. The black woman has been the be all in all in our community for half of a century, and now we want to turn around and say because she didn't do it perfectly enough or remain feminine enough when she had to absorb our responsibilities plus her own, that's insensitive and disingenuous. A lot of that garbage they put in their bodies is cancer causing. But guess who I blame for it? I'm not blaming my little sisters for getting a BBL. I'm not blaming my little sister for getting that collagen in their lips. I'm not blaming my little sisters for getting them breast implants. I'm not blaming my little sisters for getting those car windshield wiper eyelashes.
Propaganda? Social media?
I'm blaming us.
Who? Black men?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Because we have sexually objectified the black woman.
Wait a minute. That's another argument that they love to use. Black women have been sexually objectified. To that I say yes. We do look at you like you sexy. We do look at you like you're attractive. We look at you like you're beautiful. We look at the white woman the same way. She ain't out there putting on no Spider-Man eyelashes. We look at the age. Yes, we look at the Asian woman like she's sexy. We want that little something from her too. She ain't throwing no weaves in her hair. She ain't getting masses of BBLs. Yes, we look at the Latina like that too. She ain't sitting around getting Botox in her eyes, Botox in her cheeks, and sit up there with, when the last time you saw a Latina with fake baby hairs? So yes, ladies, we do objectify you. We do look at you like you sexy, like you're attractive, like you're beautiful, like we want you. But that does not mean that you need to go into a hotel room and put hot wax in your booty and in your breast and think ain't nobody gonna notice. That ain't got nothing to do with us. That has nothing to do with you putting Elmer's glue in your booty. That's you. That is all you.
And you know how I know this is true is because of the fact that every time we have a conversation about Black women's behavior, the minority, let's just say that much, they always say, well, you guys are the leaders of the Black community, so we are a reflection of you. And then you get brothers like that, man, who just said, I blame everybody else except for Black women. So what's going to happen? It's like, oh, well, shit, we could do whatever we want. And then we could just fall back on, well, y'all the leaders, right? Y'all supposed to be responsible for our behavior. So whatever we doing, we mirror you guys. So it's your fault. So we're just going to continue wilding out. And Black men like this and Dr. Umar will continue blaming Black men because we're supposed to be the leaders, right? You see how that works? So if I was a Black woman that was wilding out, I'd take advantage of that shit too. Like, damn, I could do whatever the hell I want. All I got to do is say Black men, the leaders of the community. So, and that's going to be my saving grace. Hell, why wouldn't they? They use it all the time.
What about the men? What about the men? What about the men? You don't get tired of saying that? Every time we talk about us as women, you're always screaming, what about the men? What about the men? What about you?
I know a lot of people don't want to hear it, but I'm going to say it anyway. Modern women are an issue for this world. I saw this live stream yesterday of this woman speaking on how men are the reason why their daughters go out and sell themselves and end up on the pole, right? But in the same breath, she also said that fathers who are there raise pick-me's and women who accept abuse and disrespect. And I just think like that's the most backwards logic. Like it doesn't even make 1 ounce of sense, right?
Boy, the Black community, my God, we are so backwards. And that's what led me to create this, to explain to the Black community how this goes. You can't lead who doesn't follow. The claim is that Black men are the leaders, so Black women's behavior is their responsibility, our responsibility. But the reality check is this: leadership requires authority plus relationship. Okay? Husband, wife, father, child. Leader, group that agrees to follow, i.e. the military. So when authority exists, leadership is recognized, accountability makes sense. But most Black men are not married to most Black women. I don't want to confuse you guys when I say that. Of the married Black men, most are married to Black women. Not most Black women and most Black men. That's the total population. But within the married group, we are married to each other at an 82% clip. I just want to clarify because somebody tried to put that in the comments and they got checked. No relationship, no authority to lead, okay? Marriage equals defined structure. Authority exists, leadership is recognized, accountability again makes sense, okay? Men should lead women. This is how the narrative goes. Then Black women will respond by saying, we're independent and we don't need a man. No authority equals no responsibility. You can't hold Black men accountable for behavior they have no authority over. And you know who told us that loudly and proudly? Black women.
Why do so many women today say they don't need a man?
Because we're independent as hell.
If a man has friends, doesn't want kids, hires a maid and hires a prostitute, why would a man need a woman?
He could learn one or two things from a woman.
Like what?
Yeah, love.
Okay. Do you think that men are incapable of love without a woman teaching them? Why do women think they're the ones who should define love and emotions?
Because we're more passionate, right? Yeah, we're more passionate.
Where's the evidence of that?
We birth.
Okay.
I ain't never seen a man that I fucking need, bitch. You're all replaceable. Don't ever get too comfortable and don't ever think otherwise. You're a guest in this household and you can be kicked out just as quickly as you were welcomed in.
If black men were being the men that our community need, would there be a Sukihana or a Sexy Red? The circumstances that gave rise to those two beautiful black women having to engage in the art form that they are in order to take care of themselves and their children, those circumstances that gave birth to this reality would have never been allowed to fester.
Okay. He said because of black men's lack, whether it be lack of leadership, lack of education, lack of focus, black men. This argument works for men that don't travel. If I was stuck in the States, I would believe Dr. Umar's arguments too. That it's black men's fault, and being around a massive group of black men causes women to falter. Being around a massive group of black men will eventually cause a woman's life to falter. If I was in the States, I'd be dumb enough to believe this trash too. You know why I don't believe it? Because I've seen women from other countries be around black men from the States, and their lives seem to blossom. I've seen women's lives blossom in the Philippines. I've seen women's lives blossom in Europe. I've seen women's lives blossom in Mexico from being around. And I'm not talking about the passport Pookies and Ray Rays. I'm talking about us decent dudes. I've seen women's lives and joy blossom in Colombia. I've seen women's lives blossom in Peru as well as Brazil. It's amazing how is it just the African American sister whose life can't blossom around us? Because it seems to be that everybody else that's around us, their life seems to be doing pretty good. Whether it be a husband, whether you got a girlfriend, whether you got somebody that you just kicking it with in another country, it doesn't seem like they all of a sudden start twerking because they're around us. It doesn't seem like all of a sudden they're cooking unhealthy foods because they're around us. It doesn't seem like they can't control their mouth and they can control their mindset because they're around us black men. You see how funny that works? It's funny how when we go to all these other countries, these women are living great lives. And I'm not talking about this myth that's going on of when we go to other countries, we're naive enough to marry or only date impoverished women, not realizing that many women in many countries are extremely educated and ladylike. So that myth of women in other countries are impoverished and poor and we're getting them out of the jungles or the woods is just that, a myth. So these quality women are meeting us quality men. Their lives are prosperous. Our lives are prosperous. Their lives are better. Our lives are better. It's amazing how that dynamic works outside the United States. But then suddenly when you go back to the United States, Umar, FBA, ADOS, it's the black man's fault that the woman is not flourishing. So you're telling me that these other women in other countries' lives can flourish and our lives can flourish, but the only women whose lives that we can't cause to flourish are black women in the United States or the UK? Is that what you're saying, Umarites? You FBAers, ADOS, Hebrew Israelites, talk to me, brethren. I'm your brother. Talk to me. We are a blessing in the lives of these women across the world. They are a blessing in our lives. These women are insightful and delightful. They are not impoverished. We are not going to the woods or the jungles to get our wives. And at the end of or girlfriends, and at the end of the day, how is it that it's the black man's fault back in America that black women don't know how to prosper? Make it make sense. Oh, it doesn't. It doesn't make any sense. Zeta says this. He said, I've yet to hear a black man overseas in person say we want to leave leave his foreign wife. I get it. It happens, but I don't see it on a regular. Absolutely correct. Not on a regular. IMF in the building. Shout out to you, brother. He said, put Dre, the prosecution, rest, your honor. Absolutely correct. Like I said, if I was stuck in the States, I would somewhat believe Umar. But if many of you guys were still stuck in the States, you would believe the Umars, that we could probably have an impact. It may be partly our fault because of the black woman. It could be. But since we ain't stuck in the States, and the same black men are going to other countries, it's amazing how their lives are flourishing and our lives are flourishing. It's amazing how that works. So somebody's lying. Somebody is lying. Umar, either you're lying and all you FBAers are lying about it's the black man's fault that the black woman isn't flourishing, or we're lying when it comes to the same black men you're saying that can't help a woman flourish in the States, somehow magically can go to Peru, and the most educated woman in Peru, or the most insightful or the most delightful woman in Peru, her life flourish and his life flourish. And then the same brothers can go to Colombia and women's life flourish. And the same brothers can go to Europe, be in Spain, be with Italian women, can be in Germany, can be in Scotland, can be in Sweden or Switzerland. The same brothers that you said cannot cause somebody to flourish, that person's going to fall apart. That person's going to get mouthy or ratchet. It's amazing how when we go to Europe, that doesn't happen. The European woman does not get ratchet around the black man. The Colombian woman has never gotten ratchet around the black man. The Brazilians don't get ratchet. You don't see all of a sudden on YouTube 1,000 Brazilians twerking because they're around black men. You see the opposite. You see the good side of being a woman when these women are around us black men. So to sit back and try to use that theory that black men, I swear, travel has opened up my eyes to so much bullshit that we hear on social media. I swear, when you compare what we hear in the United States about black men, and then you compare it on the scale of how black men are accepted and appreciated in another country, you get to call bullshit on a lot of stuff that you hear that people say about black men in the United States. It doesn't fly overseas. And like I said, that myth that they try to use, you only deal with impoverished women. Like I said, my wife's best friend, all of them got masters. From the LGBTQ brother to all her other female friends, all of them got masters. Andrea is the only one that's working and finishing off her master's. Andrea is doing a third language in French. That's what she's studying now, French. But if you let women in the Umars of the United States talk, your woman in another country is just dumb as a brick. She sleeps on top of bricks. Her house is made of straw, not bricks. If you let women and men in the United States talk about y'all women, that's why I don't go for that BS that Umar is talking. He said, yeah, 60% of black men not out of broken homes. Yep. Getting these women pregnant and all that's black man fault. That's a good point. How is it our fault that black women are getting pregnant by all these brothers when it's a small pool of brothers y'all getting pregnant by? How you gonna blame the rest of us for you sleeping with Pookie, Ray Ray, and Nook Nook? Blame Pookie, Ray Ray, and Nook Nook if you want to blame a group of black men. Have fun, have at it, have fun with it. But there is no way you can blame the men who don't have a bunch of baby mamas and a bunch of kids out there and do act like we got some sense and do focus on our economic goals and do travel and do read books. How you gonna blame us for what Pookie and Ray Ray did between your legs 4 or 5 times? You got 4 or 5 babies by Pookie, Ray Ray, Nook Nook, and Paw Paw, and you want to blame the rest of us brothers. Umar, really? Really? Is that what we're doing? Come on, brother. Zeta says this. He said, I had a Lyft driver today who argued with us, Dre. He's engaged to a Dominican. He said that he even has property in DR. I'm so proud of that brother. That agreed with us. I said argue, but he agreed with us or agrees with us. Shout out to that brother. He's doing it step by step, just how it should be. Setting up his life in his new country, in his new home with his new woman. I ain't mad at him. Wow, he getting that Lyft money. It can be done. That's what the point is. It can be done. You see, let me report you to Umar. Man, please do. Please do, because there's a bunch of us that, like they just said, Umar's school is supposed to be ready by next August. Let me show you let me do my who was that? Tony Yayo face. We know that school is not going to be built by next August. That's the same Dr. Umar that was asking sisters to pay $500 for a date a few months ago. Did I miss one? Oh, my man, AMSM. He said, I can't let you do that to me, Dre. He said, I'm stuck in the States and I don't believe Dr. Umar. Okay, cool. And there's a lot of brothers like you. This is true. Shout out to you. Thank you, brothers. He said, yes, I'm enrolling. I'm enrolling in Umar's school. Me too. He put that school up, even I'm going to enroll. That's serious, man. That dude is too funny. Let's get back to the video. Shout out to you guys here.
And it's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault.
What world is this, man? It's worse, man. We got some internal issues. Boy.
We all have a responsibility to play to make sure that image is protected and make sure we defend them when they are devalued by some other people.
All right, the biggest, go ahead.
Well, I want to start off by saying I love black women. So let's
hey, he tried to protect this. He tried to protect this brand. Brother, I understand what you're doing, man. We all love black women. It's still not gonna stop me from holding them accountable. Just like I love black men, it's not gonna stop me from holding them accountable. Okay? So I get what you're doing. You're trying to, I guess, edify yourself, or trying to, I guess, qualify yourself by saying, I love black women, before you say anything crazy, because you know how our sisters can be. I get it.
Let's start with saying that. But I do think that they are vilified, but I think they have reason to be angry. They have reason to speak their mind. I believe a lot of times they move with a lot more masculine energy because they're in defense mode all the time. They've been scarred, they've been taken advantage of, and I believe that's why it gives. It's so easy to vilify them because they're always trying to defend themselves. They always want to prove something to the next person. They have to work a lot harder than, the other women in the world. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I think about it, man.
And you said because of almost a protection mechanism, they use the masculinity to survive. Yeah. Would there be something necessarily wrong with that, guys? Derek?
Yeah, be honest about this, man. And like I said, Sonny, black women as a collective know better now. How long have people been having these conversations? I thought y'all were supposed to be embracing like femininity and soft life. Fair? Y'all know about, the education thing. The other races go to school to get a ring by spring. They get their degree and get their Mrs. degree as well. Y'all know better now. So shouldn't you do better? Instead of just still relying on these old tropes. You can fix it. You have the means to do so now. Fix it.
Well, I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. The problem with the vilification, I think it starts with the double standards. I have a problem, but see, I was raised by strong black women who had very strong personalities.
Why don't we just tell the truth? What is strong personalities translated as? He grew up just like I grew up, with black women with bad attitudes and big mouths. Why can't we just call a spade a spade? He grew up with black women with bad attitudes and big mouths. We always want to sugarcoat and say they had strong demeanors. They were strong. That's what they were strong. Anytime you hear the word strong and black woman in one sentence, nobody thinks about how she's overcome. No, as soon as you hear the word strong, you think about that mouth and that mindset. I don't know why we always want to sugarcoat stuff, man. Man, we simp everything, bro. This new I can't even blame the new generation. These dudes are my generation. I was raised by single mothers and women. Of course you were. I can recognize it. So was I. Zay says this. He said the Colombiana that I'm serious with is far from ratchet. Absolutely. Absolutely. She's educated, working at a prestigious clinic for over 6 years, and I have learned these Afro-Latinas are differente. Absolutely correct. I don't know if differente is a word. I just made that up. Different. Absolutely. When sisters try to stereotype women in other countries, man, I've never heard sisters do a stereotype of women in other countries that was true. Ever. Not one time have I heard sisters from the States stereotype sisters in other countries or any women in other countries, and it was a true stereotype. It's always been a lie. Shout out to Afro-Latinas out there. Yes, sir. Let's continue on.
This did not make them angry black women. The problem is when you see a white woman act out of character, her behavior is not generalized and attributed to all white women.
Yeah. Brother, you are a black man. You know how this shit go. You know that we are vilified. Black women are the same way. So how do you correct that? You can take control of your ethnic image. Start speaking out. Start speaking out against the loud minority. That's all you had to say.
If you see a black couple of black sisters and they fighting at the beach or whatever, why are we having a conversation about black women in general based upon the out of character behavior of a few?
Brother, I keep saying this. I'm acting like this dude can hear me, man. It's the loud minority. That's all they see. So that's going to take black women to take action against that. Instead of being silent, instead of championing them and say, hey, if you like it, I love it, you know, cheering them on and shit like that, you got to speak out against it. We know this very well as black men. Okay? Just say that.
And that is where the double standard comes in. And that is why we have to stand up and defend black women as a whole. And we have to separate the exception from the rule.
How do we do that?
Black women that we saw on the panel that preceded ours, these were highly intelligent black women. If you follow them around throughout their day, you think they fussing and fighting and being cantankerous all day long. They would not have been able to accomplish what they've accomplished. But catch them on the day when they're tired. Catch them on the day when they feel as if though
they're human beings.
They can't break through.
Wait a minute. So black women can be cantankerous when they're tired. Well, they claim they always tired. Black women can be cantankerous when they having a bad day. They claim that they always having a bad day. Many of them, not all, but many of them. You see how these dudes give these women a scapegoat justification for bad behavior? We all, no matter what, this is the part that gets me. We all have a bad day. We've all had bad moments. Doesn't matter what race, doesn't matter what gender. We all know one thing. That doesn't give us the right to take our bad moment or bad day out on the rest of society. Most people, no matter what race, are mature enough to know this. Treat others the way that you would want to be treated. The problem is, for too many of our sisters, they don't care. Like the one sister said a little bit earlier, we don't care about what y'all think about our mouth and our mindset. I believe her. I believe that there is a huge pool of mouthy, bad attitude black women. Not most, thank God, but too many, sadly, that do not care. And that's why they can be arrested in handcuffs like those women in Miami and still twerking. That's why they can jump on top of a parked police car and still twerking. There are a pool of women that just don't care. And I know you ladies are going to be saying, hey, but there are men too. Yes, but stick to the topic. Tonight's topic is about how these men are pandering to you ladies. There are women that just don't care. There are women that talk crazy, reckless through a drive-through. Hello? Ma, take your order? Pull to the front. You thinking like, man, should I pull to the front because I'm hungry? But should I trust these people to make my food? The way that she sounds over the intercom? When was the last time you heard a Latin woman with an attitude over the intercom in the drive-thru because she was having a bad day? When was the last time you heard an Asian woman, you ordered your food, she was having a bad day, and you can hear it in her tone over the intercom before you pulled up to the front and got your food? White women, just like any woman, have a bad day. When the last time you were in the Starbucks drive-thru and you can hear the bad demeanor and attitude of that white woman as you got your latte. Now, how many times have you pulled up to a KFC or a Popeye's chicken and you got that, hello, may I take your order? Pull to the front, pull up to the window. Somebody will be bringing your food out shortly. Zeta says, this is why I live in the Latin. I lived in the Latin community in Tampa. He said they actually care and they actually show respect along with family-oriented values and femininity. You ain't never lied. If I didn't live in the Latin community, I wouldn't understand what you were saying. But when I was in Tampa, I lived right off the whole area where the football stadium, where the Bucs Stadium is. That whole area is the Latin community. It ain't like I did it on purpose, so I ain't gonna even lie to you. But I moved over there, and bruh, that whole area, and I mean that whole area, good people. Good people. Yes, sir. You say never, only the sisters. Yep, only the sisters. Yep. Every once in a while, you might hear somebody else that sound like they got an attitude, but it's always our sisters, sadly. And then when you talk about it, it's always an attack. That's the other thing. Black men cannot hold black women accountable without somebody saying, why y'all always attacking? There's a content creator down here in Cali, Colombia, one of them pro-black brothers, right? Good dude. Don't get me wrong. He's a great dude. But he is so pro-black that he can't see the idiocy of what some of the passport sisters are doing. So when he does a panel, he's like, if you're one of those brothers that put down sisters and try to hold sisters accountable, you can't come on my live stream. And I'm like, really? Nobody cares. It doesn't matter how pro-black you are, you Umars and all you other brothers down here. We love sisters like you do. But that doesn't mean that we can't hold sisters accountable for their behavior in the United States or their behavior out of the United States. And some of you guys are so pro-black when it comes to black women. You are mega. You are the black mega of our community. You know how Mega can't see nothing wrong with what Donald Trump does? Trump can do whatever. Mega dude's gonna be on his side. It's the same thing with some of you super pro-black brothers. A sister can sit up there and twerk being arrested at the airport, and you will blame the white man or the black man for that sister getting arrested and twerking. I can't stand you, motherfucker. I swear I can't stand. I don't know who I don't want to be around the most. It's not it's not a personal dislike, but I don't want. There's certain people I don't want to be. I don't want to be around the mega dudes, the mega men and women. I don't want to hear that shit. And all you super pro-black brothers, as if sisters don't make mistakes. I do not want to hear you. I swear I do not. I don't want to hear nothing you gotta say. Because you can't hold black men accountable, and you do not. This is the funny part. You super duper pro-black brothers, you don't hold black men accountable, and you don't hold black women accountable. You think everything is kumbaya, and it's not. And that's why I don't listen. You super pro-black brothers, I listen to y'all for entertainment, bro. I really do. There is no way in hell you really think that the black community is that perfect to where black men don't need to be held accountable and black women don't need to be held accountable for nothing. Everything that happens to us is somebody else's fault. Everything that black men do is somebody else's fault. Everything a black woman does is somebody else's fault. And I don't even waste my time with you dudes, man. I love y'all. Y'all do too
through the glass ceiling, and and they have a right to be angry. All of a sudden, that moment becomes the standard for all black women. That don't make no sense.
I just don't know why y'all can't keep our fucking names out your mouths.
Look at that. Look at that. We're gonna go back to what the brother was saying, and then we're gonna hear what the lovely, beautiful young lady was saying.
You know, cheering them on and shit like that. You got to speak out against it. We know this very well as black men. Okay? Just say that.
And that is where the double standard comes in. Right. And that is why we have to stand up and defend black women as a whole. And we have to separate the exception from the rule.
How do we do that?
Black women that we saw on the panel that preceded ours, these were highly intelligent black women. If you follow them around throughout their day, you think they fussing and fighting and being cantankerous all day long. They would not have been able to accomplish what they've accomplished. But catch them on the day when they're tired. Catch them on the day when they feel as if though
they're human beings.
They can't break through the glass ceiling and they have a right to be angry. All of a sudden, that moment becomes the standard for all black women. That don't make no sense.
I just don't know why y'all can't keep our fucking names out your mouths. Shit. Y'all are obsessed and sick. Hop the fuck off. Oh my God.
As a woman, that I feel like the way that my anxiety shows up, people think that I have an attitude. Even you, when you say things in my...
Listen to her tone. She literally cannot hear the energy in which she's talking. Watch this.
Voice is always like this bitchy ass voice that I don't be having.
You should hear yourself.
I can't hear. My ears don't work.
Sometimes I don't know if you can hear the way you speak to people.
No, I know exactly how I speak to people.
Do you realize that it has a certain...
I can't hear. My ears don't work. She literally didn't see how she said that. Literally didn't hear how she said that.
certain phonetic sound, the way that you come off.
I think that's more of a you problem than it is a me problem.
And that's a black woman thing.
No, this is a human being thing. But as black women, we get that trope of being angry on top of our heads.
Because the way you deal with that overstimulation, you just said it's a human being.
Exactly.
But so if everybody goes through it, why not just stand on it? Yes, I'm like that way because I got to be the male and the female in my house.
I'm not angry. I could be aggravated. I could be overstimulated. I could be anxious in this moment. We have a myriad of different emotions and feelings like everybody else, but we always get dubbed angry, no matter what it is that we're going through. I could be scared.
She literally doesn't hear her tone. She doesn't hear her voice elevating. Instead of just expressing herself, making her point, she does not hear how her voice is elevated, how her pitch has escalated. She doesn't hear any of that. Can you imagine how many sisters in the States really don't hear it? I think there are a lot more sisters other than this young lady that can't hear her tones. Can't hear her pitches. Can't hear how fast, how rapid her speaking becomes.
Right now, I'm angry because I'm not smiling.
She doesn't even see her facial expressions.
What the? A lot of.
What the fuck? Okay.
Black men are starting to shy away from black women. We're angry, we're loud, we're violent. We always demasculize men, and that's exactly how black women are.
Tough. So look, man, it doesn't make sense, but it is what it is. Black women have been telling you guys that they are having issues with the way that they are portrayed. So what I do is try and find solutions. And I keep going back to this Hinge report. Black women are complaining. They even went to great lengths to change their race to another race so they can actually see better caliber of men on dating apps. That's a problem. And the reason why that's a problem for them is because a lot of men aren't selecting black women as their preference on the dating apps. At first, black women thought they were being filtered out or discriminated against, but they soon found out that, well, shit, maybe these men aren't putting black women as their preference, and they're swiping on women that they actually like. And then that's what led them to change. So they're feeling the effects on the dating market. They see how people view them, but nobody is willing to do anything about it, including black women. It's like, oh man, nah, I ain't got nothing to do with that. And then we get brothers like this, like, man, it's cool. Let's go back to the history. This has been happening. It's everybody else's fault. But nobody is addressing the fact that, well, what do black women need to do to protect their own ethnic image? That's where the conversation needs to be had. And I was praying that the black women would have said something, but they didn't. They kind of brushed it aside and everybody started praising them. And this is typically how these conversations go. It's sad because if nobody is willing to hold black women accountable, then they're going to continue doing the same things. And we're going to have these, circular conversations.
We want black women to be perfect.
10 seconds.
No.
We want black women. And he said about the masculine energy. A lot of times black women had to be masculine. They had to be the father because the slave masters stole the father away.
You see that? Even going back to slavery days, they bringing up the father not being in the household.
And I addressed the issue earlier about black women cannot be fathers. I don't know why I know why. Nobody started that narrative first before black women. Black women were like, we the mothers and the fathers. Once again, being from the first generation of black men raised by single mothers, we mimic what we heard our mothers saying. And now you're hearing men say terms that single mothers say. She had to be the mother and the father. It is literally impossible for a woman to be a freaking father. They don't have the DNA. They don't have the historical experience. They don't know what it is to even be a father to a girl or a father to a boy. A woman that's about as stupid as saying a single father had to be the father and the mother. You see how stupid that sounds? Millions of single fathers out there, right? Have you ever heard a single father ever say, well, I had to be the father and the mother? Ever. If you've seen it, drop the video. I'm a guy that likes receipts. Drop the video if you've seen that. Because I have never heard one single father ever be egotistical enough and stupid at the same time to think that he can be 100% father and a 100% mother as a parent. What makes single fathers' success rate much higher than single mothers' success rate when it comes to children, single fathers lean into the dynamic of who they are, fathers. They try to fill the holes of the motherhood with sending them to their grandmothers or sending the girls to their aunties. Oh, my daughter came on her period. I'll send her back to her mom's house or to my sister's house. She knows how to take care of a girl. If she's going through emotional things, I'll make sure that she's involved in this thing with other girls and make sure she goes to church and she's around more ladies that can show her how to be more ladylike. I'll get her into programs and after school programs that have to do with ladylikeness and being a young lady, because me as a single father, we're willing to admit, single fathers out there, you guys are willing to admit, I am a father. I walk in the auspices of fatherhood. My job as a father is to find some other ladies that could come into her life or his life that could fill the gap of motherhood, meaning their grandmothers or their aunties or female cousins, things like that. But you don't hear fathers talk about, I'm the father and the mother. But you will hear black men you will hear black men say, my mother was my mother and father. This is the kicker. No other culture as a norm ever says, you ain't never seen a single white woman say, I'm the mother and the father as a norm. You might hear it in an offset, and that probably a white woman that was hanging around black women. You have never heard an Asian single mother say, I was the mother and the father. I live in Colombia, the capital of baby mamas in the world. 87% of women that have children in Colombia have children as single mothers. Only 13% are married, but that's because this country is a common law country, meaning that technically you're married if you guys are under the same household for 2 years. So yes, Colombia has a lot of baby mamas, but they have a lot of mothers that still live with the fathers under common law. I have yet to hear any of these Colombianas or any of the Latinas that I know back in the States say, I'm the mother and the father. Some of my closest friends are single mother Latinas back in the States. I have never heard one of those Latinas ever say, I'm the mother and the father. Even though that child is going through college and graduating, I've never heard a Latina say she was able to graduate because I was the mother and the father. Only in the black community in the United States. Once again, if I didn't travel, I would have failed for everybody in the world talks like that. No, they don't. Only black women and black men in the black community allow yourselves to be stupid enough to believe that your mother and your father can be one. Only us. Only us. And that's globally. That's globally. You can't find black people in Europe talking like that. I don't even think they say that in the UK. I'm not sure. But I'm just going to stick to my country. United States, my country, 'tis of thee. Only you Negroes in my black community will parrot what black women say about being a black mother and a black father. That's how stupid and naive that we are as black people. That's how stupid, I say we as black people, that's how stupid and naive we are. Only we say some stupid shit like that and expect the whole planet of people to believe it. That's how stupid we are. We are stupid enough to say something stupid and then think the rest of the planet is dumb enough to believe that. She's right. She was the mother and the father. No, she's a mother. She has no capacity to be a father. And then you brothers are co-signing that. Yes, my mother was my mother and my father. No, she was your mother. There was an absence of father. If absence of fathers, if your mother was such a good father, let me put it like this. If your mother was such a good father, there would not be such an uproar about fatherless homes in our communities. Wouldn't be no need for the men to be around, right? Would nobody be fussing and cussing about the dad's not around? Why? Because the dad is there through mom, right? If this statement was true, that your mother is your mother and your father, then you were never raised in a fatherless home. You were raised with a father. Why? Your mama said she was the father. There was no such thing as a fatherless home. It wouldn't be the plight of what goes through with mass incarceration by those who live in fatherless homes. It wouldn't be the kids fighting in the streets. It wouldn't be this dropout level of kids that are raised in single mother homes and all this. If the mother was truly a father and truly a mother, at the same time. Or we just created our own myth. And the truth is, most of the household are truly single mothers, and a father was not prevalent in many of the households. I won't say most, but in many of the households. But this myth that mom was mom and dad, and I know in the comment section, y'all gonna cry about it because y'all always do. Now my mama was my mama, my daddy, my uncle. She was my cousin. She was my pet dog, Riri. She was my school teacher. My mother was my school principal, my counselor. She was my mighty God. I know a lot of y'all brothers think like that. Can't nobody tell a black man about his mama. But truth is, she was just that. Your mama. I'll say that again. My mama was my mama. I never saw her as a dad. I never called her dad by mistake. I never slipped up and thought of her as a dad. I never glanced at her and I talked to her about an issue as if she was a dad. Hey, mom, I need to talk to you about something. What? Mom, I was beating these coochies up. Beating them up, mom. I mean, I ran through about 5 this weekend. Mom, can I get them condoms real quick? I ain't never talked to my mama like that. And most of y'all didn't talk to y'all mama like that. Mom, I'm running through them. Mom, I'm telling you, I'm running through them. I'd have hit my I don't know if I'd have hit my growth spurt or what. I think I'd have hit the top of my puberty. My voice done got deep, mama. They coming at me, mama. I'm running through them like that, mama. Can I get some more condoms? Oh, you ain't never talked to your mama like that? Well, I thought she was the father of the house. Wait a minute. Wait, pause. All you black men that like to say black women are the mothers and the fathers of the house, how come you ain't never talked to her like that? You ain't never told your mama how many you was running through? Now, some of y'all idiots probably did, but 99.99% of us, we ain't talked to our mother like that. Mom, hey, mom, I got something coming through. I got something coming through a little later on. I need, hey, mom, I need them condoms real quick. I need them condoms real quick. She was your father, huh? Did your mother tell you, son, I'm gonna show you how to put a condom on? Or your mom ain't show you how to put a condom on? Wait a minute, fathers do that. How the hell is she your mother and father? And fathers show dudes, hey, look out for this for the women. Hey, don't get yourself in trouble. Put these condoms on. Fathers do that. How is she your mother and your my mother has done nothing that was fatherly. Nothing. There's that one time that I saw my mother walk out of her femininity and walk in full scale masculinity. And when she tried to walk in any form of fatherhood, like she said, you know, I disciplined you. We got older. She said, I disciplined you a little harder because I thought that's how, you know, the military will raise a son. If I had my son was in the military, I think this is how my son will be treated. So, and my mom told me this true story. When we were old, I was like 20, I was about 30, 33, 34, right? I'm out of the feds, right? And she said, Andre, I apologize, but what are you crying for? What are you apologizing for? I was hard on you because I thought, you know, being tough on you and like the military. And I said, well, have you ever been in the military? No. I said, so just because my dad was in the military, I don't make you in the military. So you don't know anything about the military, huh? In other words, you don't know anything about being a father. You are a mother, mom. You are a mother. And any step that you tried to make to act like you were a father, you were horrible at it, wasn't you? That being tough on me was horrible, wasn't it? You know why? Because you're a mother. You're not a dad. Any of you guys ever made a mistake and told your single mother, hey, dad, when you came home from school? Did you ever look at your single mother and say, Dad, could you help me with my homework? Ever. You didn't. You know why? You said, Mom, I need your help with my homework. Mom, this, or Mom, that. You know why? Because that's your mama. not your daddy. So all you do is you grown ass men and still walking around talking about my mama was my mama and my daddy. Bullshit. Stop that. Act like you're a grown ass man and acknowledge your mother was a mother and she was nowhere near a father. She didn't have the capacity or the ability or the mindset to think of what a father would do. And that's why you don't hear fathers being stupid enough to say, I was your father and your mother. Because fathers know that they're fathers, not mothers and fathers. Some of y'all learning something brand new tonight. I swear, this should not be new to us men. I mean this from the bottom of my heart. This should not be new to us men. Any of you guys watching this live stream that have ever made that mistake and said that or even glanced at your mama like I love my mama because she was my mother and my father. That was bullshit you told yourself. Stop telling yourself that lie. Your mother was your mother. She did an excellent job as your mother. She did a wonderful job as your mother. Salute her as your mother. But if you think that she got any extra brownie points or she did good and all these myths about giving mothers on Father's Day, giving Mother's Day gifts, what is wrong with you men? What is wrong with you? Giving your mother a gift on Father's Day when she is a horrible father. And here's the kicker. She's supposed to be. She's supposed to be a wonderful mother. Now, I have never met the man that said, my mother walked in fatherhood in a perfect way. She made a wonderful father. Man, if it wasn't for my mother being my father. Have you ever heard anybody say that? Anybody in sports looking at camera after they made a touchdown, do they say, hey, mom, dad? Or do they say, hey, mom? You know why? Because they see that woman as a wonderful mother. And they never see, most of us men never see our mom as a fucking dad. Women think because they provide economics and stability and a roof over our heads, and clothes on our back and food in our stomach, which is mainly a man's task, they think that they're a man. They think that they're a father. And they've convinced you men to think because she put a roof over your head, food in your belly, and clothes on your back, which are masculine traits, your mother was a dad. Your mother was not a dad. She was just a responsible adult. That's all your mother was. That's all my mother was. She was a responsible adult. Good or great mother. She was 0% father. Stop telling yourself that. Stop letting other people tell you that. Walk out of the room. When you hear women talk like that, just get up, walk. Don't even argue with them. Just get up, walk out the room. When you see women trying to celebrate on Father's Day, don't put that in the comments. Let that Titanic sink on its own. Because you know women aren't going to listen anyway. You can't tell me I wasn't no father, no mother. I did this for my kids. You open up a whole can of worms. Brothers, you'll love me for this one. Let that sink. Let that ship sink like the Titanic. Let all those women who have the audacity to think that they are mothers and fathers, let that sink slowly but surely like the Titanic. Don't even fuss and cuss with them. Don't fuss and cuss with men that are stupid enough. Just walk away from. Some people, as you age, you pick and choose your battles. Some battles you've learned, let me just walk away from this stupidity. I just heard somebody just say blah, blah, blah. I'm walking away from this stupidity. I'm not going to give a response to that one. And if you are on this panel tonight, in this comments, and you actually believe in the comment section, you actually believe your mama was your mama and your father, stop that shit. And not because Andre said it. I'm saying stop it because it's not true. Stop lying on your mama. You don't want nobody to be lying on your mama. Why are you doing it? Let me say this again. If you don't want me to be lying on your mother, why the hell you doing it? I'm not going to lie on my mother. I love my mother enough not to lie on her and talk about she was a father. My mother wasn't no damn father. My mother was a mother. 1000% mom, 0% dad. I had to grasp my masculinity from all the other positive males around my life. I had to harness it from the other males around my life. But to act like I was able to harness my masculinity through my mama, you crazy. And neither were you. All you do is want to sit up there and hype your mamas up all damn day long for everything. Mom did not do everything. There were a team of men that God eventually sent to your life that here and there helped you harness and develop that manhood that was growing inside of you. Your mama had nothing to do with harnessing that. And that's why so many young men drop out of high school when they're around only mamas. And that's why so many men get incarcerated when they're around only mamas. And that's why so many men end up in divorces who are raised by only mamas. And that's why so much DV, domestic violence, take place by men or through men who are raised by only mamas. And that's why serial killers end up doing what they do, because most of them were raised by being around only female energy for the most part. And even when they were around male masculine energy, if you ever notice, you could put a young man in a gang of men. I'm gonna say this again. I was specific with what I said. You can take a young man, put him in a gang of men. But if that gang of men are a gang of emotional, irrational men, doesn't matter if they're all males, he still can falter if there's nobody in that gang to harness his positive masculinity. So being around all dudes don't make you masculine. I'm gonna say this again. Being around all dudes does not harness your masculinity. If that was true, every gang member would be some of the most upstanding men in world history. If that were true, if all it took was being around men, gang members would be some of the most upstanding dudes there are, if that's all it took. But if you notice, quite often, gang members are some of the most emotional dudes there are. Their emotions are like, you say the wrong thing, you're gonna have a in your face. You walk on the wrong side of the street, you're gonna have a in your face. And they're gonna tell you, you almost be around here, play, you in the wrong neighborhood, brother. You in the wrong block. They don't own one strip of land, not one house on that block. But they allow their emotions to make them think as if this is their block or their neighborhood. So just because you're around all males don't make you a good upstairs. There's plenty of big, buff, gigantic dudes that I met in the feds that were gang members and gang leaders. And them dudes were some of the most emotional dudes you will ever meet. Kid you not. I wish I could put it another way. We're almost done with the video.
Black men can't win. Man.
They had to be the father because you couldn't have a father in the home and get welfare. So a lot of them.
You see that? This is where that narrative comes from. That's why I did that video breaking it down specifically, because we still got black men and black women spreading this false lie that the majority of black men were out of the household. It's not true. How can y'all simultaneously say that, well, back in the day, the black community was married at a 70% rate? Was that when black men weren't in the household? When they was married at a 70% rate?
He's 100% correct. That pool of black women that were on welfare and that could not keep a man in the house, those Claudine women, were such a small pool compared to the black women that were married and had solidified relationships in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. I'll say that again. He's correct. A lot of us have fallen for the narrative that, yeah, that's because they was kicking us out the house in the 60s, and that's because when they was on welfare and we couldn't get nothing. And yes, welfare families, yes, that stat is true. Men had to pretend like they were the plumber coming to the house or the electrician coming to the house, but he had to fake like he didn't live there. Absolutely correct. For those that were on welfare. Here's the kicker. For the rest of the black community, that majority, that 80% clip, they were living their regular lives as husbands and wives. Black people were more married than we were on welfare. The welfare narrative, we made it in our community as a gigantic point to make us feel like we were victims. The truth of the matter is, more black couples were married, far more than black couples on welfare, and the father couldn't come in the house. So that's another narrative that I will not sell anymore. That narrative of, yes, the black man had to stay out the house because of the black woman and that. She wanted welfare checks more. She wanted the black man. It wasn't that many, guys. In comparison to all the other couples that were married, it wasn't that many. We act like it was the majority when we talk about that, don't we? Majority of black women were keeping black men out the house. Are majority of black families on welfare in the United States today? No. Were the majority of black people on welfare in the 2010s? Majority? No. 2000s? No. The 90s? No. Had to be the 80s then. Majority of black people were on welfare in the 80s. Nope. 70s. No. 60s? No. We've never been on more, we haven't been on more welfare than white people ever. Our stats have never surpassed white people on welfare. White people have always been on more welfare, government subsidies, than black people. Always. From the beginning of the program. A majority of black people were married and solidified couples in the 60s, in the 70s, in the 80s, in the 90s. So let us stop. Like I said, I'm going to stop selling that narrative and selling it as if it was a majority of sisters that did that. No, the pool of sisters wasn't that big on welfare that did that. So let us stop trying to sell this. Esco says this. He said, what's annoying to me is they keep saying that men left the home. Huh? Men own the home. Why the F would they leave? Absolutely correct. Black people own homes quite a bit during that time period. Why would the man leave the house that he paid for? Absolutely correct. That just goes back to my point. It wasn't that many people on welfare as much as we try to sell it. I know that's going to just hit somebody's narrative of black people during that time period. Yeah, because in the 60s, my brother, the black sisters took the money from the government instead of being with the black man. That wasn't true. The pool was not as big. The pool was not as big. Today, I was looking at the stat the other day, 2 days ago. Government subsidies or welfare, food stamps, if you will. Black women, 26%. It was like the next one was Latin underneath 12%, right? I forget who was the last one, the smallest group. Like 26, 27% Black women on some type of government subsidies. White women, just women, 38%. Today, 38% of white women are on some type of government assistance, where only 20 something, like 26, 27% of Black women are on some type of government assistance. This narrative that we fed off to sell as if Black women have been this number one group on welfare has never been true about Black women. Ever. Black women did not put us out the house in record numbers so they can live in the projects. Like my brother said, for the most part in the 60s, many of us owned our homes. So how the hell are they going to put us out of the homes in which we owed? And the government is not going to give you subsidies if you own a home and if you married, like we were in the 60s and 70s. It doesn't make sense. So let us not sell that narrative as if it was a huge pool of us that were getting kicked out of the home because they made a movie about it, Claudine. Let's not do that. Let's be honest and let's be truthful. Most Black men and Black women were about their business in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Yep, he said they left so they could live in the projects from Black men, all in the name of feminism and independence. And I can agree with that to a certain extent. I agree with that, but it's not as large as we've been selling it. And that's the part. Let's be honest, guys. We've been selling it as if it was like a majority of Black women that did that, when it's not true. Black women have never been a majority of those that receive government subsidies and have never been the majority of those that were in the projects and majority of those that didn't allow the men to be in the house. That's not true. That's not true. He said you have to consider the generational transition though, Dre. He said women were leaving their marital homes and the numbers were likely small. True. But those same women had multiple kids, and those kids became Andre, right? Became Andre's generation, the guys on the panel. That's true. As women began to leave their husbands, they would lean on government subsidies. But how we sell it as if it was historically taking place. Let's be honest, man. Let's be for real. I'm serious, man. This is one of the ones I said that I'm not going to sell it like that anymore. Most Black people, when we sit back and we talk about, yeah, back then, and they weren't letting the Black man in, bruh, in the 70s, we was married. In the 60s, we were married. Early 80s, married. The 90s, late 80s, 90s, it started to shift a little bit. Like you said, Black women divorcing brothers, and then they're on government subsidies. And so now the narrative started to spread a little bit larger. But The narrative that we use is the 60s and 70s. See, I can see if we use the narrative of like 89s, the 90s, the 2000s. Yeah, black women did this, that. I could see that. Okay, cool. Divorcing in record numbers, and then they got to depend on the government. I agree with that. But when we sell the narrative, we talk about black families in the 60s, 70s, as if it was a majority of sisters keeping brothers out the house, because a majority of sisters were on government subsidies, and that wasn't true. So I'm not going to sell a narrative about my black community that wasn't true when it came to the 60s, 70s, and early 80s. And I grew up around it. I saw black families that were married. I saw black families. Everybody on my bruh. I'm gonna say something. Within a 4-block radius of my regular Detroit neighborhood, there were only maybe, and I mean this, maybe within my 4-block radius of my neighborhood that I grew up in, there were maybe, and I'm stretching it, 10 rental houses where a person was renting that house. My whole straight strip, just my block, the next block, and the next block over there, and this way, everybody on their home. Every single person on their home. I'm talking about regular, everyday, regular schmegler Detroit hood. My mama owned her home. The lady across the street owned her home. The lady over there. The lady. I'm sitting back just going through my. And then you go across the block. Even the tore up, raggedy home that was owned by white people, but they owned it. You know how you had those, like that one Eminem family that lived in the hood among all the black people? Be like one or two. They lived in like the poorest house. They owned it. I'm trying to think about how far I would have to go down in my own, just on my street in Detroit. How far, and I wasn't in no suburbs or none. I was in the hood. I lived in a black bottom. And I'm in my mind right now, I'm trying to go down how far I would go down in the 70s and 80s to find somebody who didn't own their home. And I was the paper boy. So I knew everybody's house, who owned what. And if you guys go through your mind and you think about it, when you grow up, it was only a few people that were renting houses, but most people in your neighborhood owned a house in the 70s and 80s and in the 60s. My point is, there was no reason for somebody to be on government assistance. 4 blocks from us in Detroit was Chandler Park. Shout out to Chandler Park. That was the projects. You knew, don't go in the projects unless you know somebody. You knew, if you coming home from school, don't cut through the projects unless you know somebody. That was government subsidies. But the whole neighborhood around it, dang near everybody owned their houses. And I grew up on the black bottom of Detroit, number black folks. That was just regular, everyday, not rich. Everybody owned their home, black folks. I go through that neighborhood today. I bet you most of those people still own that home. Of course, it's the next generations. My generation probably own it because the mothers and fathers are probably passed on. But I kid you not, man. Some of y'all can go through your mind like, man, you ain't lying. Everybody owned a home in my neighborhood. So that narrative that we sell of black women kicking black men out, that pool was too small. But we sell it as if it was large, like everybody lived in the projects. How far? He said, I forget if Anton is. I think Anton is an East Sider. I think he's an East Sider too. I know he went to Cass Tech. He went to Cass Tech with the smart kids. I did know that. He said he was a C student, but and he could have been, but he went to a really good high school. I can't say that. He was in one of those situations where mom and dad, like Eminem said, you know, you were raised with mom and dad in that rap that he did with 8 Mile. Where he's talking about the one guy in the battle rap. He said he grew up with a very good mom and dad. And they sent him to private school. That was Anton. Anton ain't go to no regular ass high school. He went out there thugging. I know Anton got brothers and all that, but Anton himself, maybe his brothers was in the hood, but Anton wasn't no hood dude. You are not a hood dude if you go to Cass Tech. Ain't no fucking way. Cass Tech was the school for the smart kids in Detroit. That's why when I interviewed him, I was like, "You went to Cass Tech?" He said, "No, I was a C student." I said, "Nigga, you still went to Cass Tech." Anybody from Detroit know if you go to Cass Tech, you ain't no regular ass high school kid. You go to school downtown, the professional school. You go to school where Diana Ross went to school. You ain't no regular ass Detroit kid going to Denby or Kettering. You ain't going to Redford. You ain't going to Kettering. You ain't no Finney Highlander. What are you talking about? You go to Cass Tech, Anton. Yeah, Papa Doc. There we go. Right. That's what Anton went to school, bro. I can't just bullshit you now. I wish I could say it any other way, but that's why I said when I interviewed him, I said, "Man, you went to Cass Tech, man." I wasn't a good student. I said, "Nigga, you was good enough to go to Cass Tech." Yeah, Clarence had really good parents. Yeah, that was it. That was Anton. Literally, that was Anton. Bullshit you not. Let's finish this video off, man. Let's finish this video off.
Oh my God.
They had to be that masculine. They had to have that masculine energy. So we shouldn't blame them. We should praise them.
And white, look, see that? Hey, we shouldn't blame them. We should praise them. I wonder if black men get the same grace.
Women have masculine energy too.
Amen.
All right, there you have it.
What I learned from this conversation is that instead of evaluating the situation, the conversation shifted fully into protection mode. They start talking about history, oppression, justification. And again, those are real things. I understand that, black women. That's not what was being asked. The question was about present day behavior and whether it's affecting black women's perception. Okay? And this is the part I want black people to really understand. I would actually rather listen to a panel full of black women talk about black men, positive or negative, than to listen to a panel of black men talk about black women.
I stopped matchmaking. And the reason I stopped matchmaking is because I literally was I can't handle female clients. I was a matchmaker that matched females, and I had a few male clients, but predominantly I was matching women. And listen, it was such a valuable lesson for me because what I learned.
The reason why I added this part toward the end of the video, because he's right. Women gonna come straight with it. Women are not gonna come delusional whether they agree with you or not, whether they understand you or not. Whereas men, we just finished watching these men for the last 4+ hours lying to themselves. Now, women lie to themselves, but they still gonna be straight honest, straight cut with you. He's right, whether it be positive or negative, you're gonna hear women bring their version, at least their version of the truth.
Is that the average woman doesn't really want just a good man. She doesn't want a husband. What she's really wanting are these standards or ideas that she has of what a man is supposed to be.
That with you on why I'm leaving this side of it, because the expectations are so unrealistic. because you can't have expectations like that and no preparation. You don't even study men. Like, how do you want a man and you don't study even how to talk to a man?
You see what I'm saying? I put this part toward the end of the video because we've listened to 4 hours of men lying about black women. Now you put the cameras on black women, and black women have no problem with holding black women accountable. And these dating coaches are saying, I don't mess with black women like that no more. I quit dating coaching because these women are delusional. How come the black men couldn't have said that?
You don't even study, how men process. You don't even study so
much ego and pride. There's nothing. It's just they demand these traditional, like I said, traditional men, but they want to be modern and wonder why they're not attracting certain men.
What you mean y'all leaving y'all men? Y'all hardworking men that make sure they provide his food on the table and sometimes got clothes in your back, and even that's not his job. I really think it's a woman's job to make sure she got clothes. You feel me? I really think it's a woman's job to make sure she keep her nails and her feet done. What you mean you left the man because he can't afford you? What you mean? What y'all mean? Then y'all got women under the comments on my post about eating that Longhorn and Outback saying, well, the men need to stay out of their DMs or stay out of their way if they can't afford them because they not eating that Longhorn and they not eating that Outback. So what you want to eat? He put food in the crib, cook it. It's not his job to do. It's not his job to buy you Fendi, Gucci, Chanel. It's no value in that. A man in his right mind ain't finna do that. Now hear me out. It's a plus when you ask him, babe, I need my nails and my feet done, and he pay for it. Babe, I want this bag, and he buys it. But it's not mandatory. He don't have to do that. And if
you see how the women have no problem with putting these women in check, why can't men do it? Back to my point, because of those men on that panel were raised like me, the first generation of men raised by single mothers, and it just hurt our soul to be honest when it comes to women.
he tell you no, that don't mean you leave him, or that don't mean he can't afford your lifestyle. That's ridiculous. You finna die with 9 cats and 2 dogs and no ring on your finger. And there's a lot of men leaving these women because they really like, you know what, I'm sorry, I can't be with this girl because I can't afford her. He got a job, he paying bills, and he keeping food on the table. And y'all still making the men feel this small. Oh, well, you can't afford my lifestyle. Or every time I ask him for money, he say no. You should have a job. And it's a plus if you have a job and a man tell you keep all your money. What you doing with your money? It was a time when us women couldn't work and we fought so that we can work. You got a job now. We can work. Go accumulate your own money. You want a $5,000 bag? You go buy it. You want $7,000 pair of shoes? You buy it. It's amazing, and it's a plus if we do find a wealthy man that'll be able to do that for us. You feel me? But it's not mandatory. And y'all got the nerve to be out here making real men that's working feel this little because they can't buy you a pair of $7,000 shoes. Not everybody's rich. Not everybody's wealthy. Some people just making it. And y'all got some nerve. And we already on a shortage of real men. Half of them is either dead or in prison. And y'all want to take advantage of the ones that's out here providing for their families and working, putting food on the table, giving you money here and there. And that's still not enough. Y'all out here making posts talking about I had to leave him because he can't afford my lifestyle. Get a grip. A real man knows the value of $1. It's a man's job to lead and provide. It's not our job to lead because God knows if us women had to lead, we'll drown ourselves in a damn hole. You're going to die with a turtle.
Y'all, I miss Uncle Kev. Yes, Kevin Samuels. I miss him. If y'all didn't hate me before, I know you're going to hate me now, but I do. I miss his content. I miss his truth. And I know so many women, especially black women, cannot stand him. But it was about the truth. That was what it is. I realized as I share my content, speak up, use my voice, people don't care about the truth. They don't care about the truth. His delivery, everyone didn't love it, right? But did he tell any lies? No. There was no lies told. And I think that that's the problem, that we cannot get our ears to work to really comprehend that no matter if you don't like it, where's the lies? There's no lies.
When Kevin Samuels passed, people like Vivica Fox
like literally dance in the street, jump for joy, like this man had committed a crime, he had killed somebody or did a heinous crime to things. And it was just so remarkable to me that they were celebrating another black man's death that had committed no crime. Why do you think that Kevin's death was so celebrated from feminists?
It's because they're feminists. They were all of the hit dogs hollering. You didn't see happily married black women celebrating his death. You didn't see women who were happy in their relationship celebrating his death. It was all of the women who were the women that he was talking about, all of the delusional women, all of the single baby mothers, all of the women who had chose poorly. They got with a Pookie or Ray Ray, and then they were 38, 40 years old, 2 kids, no money, out there looking for the next man that make $250,000, and then they're like, oh, why can't I get it? Why don't I deserve it? So they felt like, he was bringing too much attention to it, to their delusion and the fact that they're not going to get what they're looking for. They don't like that. They don't like accountability. Accountability feels like oppression to people who've never been held accountable.
That's a conversation that black women aren't ready to talk about.
That Kevin is right. See, women don't want to be told that men actually care about how you look. They actually want their wives to be attractive. That our careers and our money and our degrees don't matter.
Biggest problem in black America is not racism, white supremacy. It's the sobering reality that black men and black women don't get along. If we really can't sit around as men and women and even like each other enough to where you think smiling at a brother is offensive and you think treating her decent enough to open the door for her makes you a simp, where we gonna go? We spend more time beefing than building. Well, let's beef while we build. But if we building, we're gonna be too tired to beef. I want to see the best for you because I want to see the best for guys. And we are better together. Black men in particular, our women are in power. Understand something. Power only accedes to a demand. You want power? Power must be taken. It's not given. Our first thing in our community is we can talk about the bonnets and the slippers and all this other stuff until we actually are working together and take the power position in our own community. No other race of men has to take us seriously.
Shout out to Kevin Samuels. And shout out to you guys that have been here. Yes, sir. This live stream is a lot longer than I expected, but it was needed. We talked about a lot of good topics tonight. I appreciate you guys being here with your boy, Andrea and Andrea Love Crossing Borders. And at the end of the day, guys, pandering doesn't pay. It doesn't pay. Lying to ourselves about women and their accountability and us taking on the brunt of their responsibility, it doesn't pay. It doesn't pay for women to take on our responsibilities as a man and in the sense of, well, if men don't act right, it's the woman's fault. That's not their responsibility. That's ours. And so it is when it comes to women. If women act up, it is not our fault. It is not our responsibility. It is theirs. The only way sisters gonna build a brand new brand, to build it themselves. For us to sit back and act like we can be their publicists and create a new narrative for our sisters, it's impossible. So shout out to all you guys that came here this evening. And he says, to all due respect, this live just proves my point. Dating interracially is healthy and more productive and prosperous. Who am I to complain about that? Yep, pandering pays. Ask a lot of these YouTubers, these male YouTubers. Yes, sir. You say, but add a more timber to the fire of the FBA community. Get those passports, brothers. Absolutely correct. And get what belongs to you. Respect and peace. So true. Shout out to Slim Ben in the building. Zeta says this. He say, all that pandering don't make anything better. But you know what I say. Let them listen. I no longer care to reason with the unreasonable. He is 100% correct. A lot of times we watch these shows because we're watching them with a big bowl of popcorn. We're watching with a big bowl of popcorn, and we watched, give our commentary for entertainment. But at the end of the day, we could care less. We could care less. Shout out to you guys. Let's get these outros going. I'll be seeing you guys mañana, tomorrow. Let's get some outros going. Let's go. Let's go here, or let's go here first.